Week 1 of the high school football season kicks off as the Marion Wildcats take on the Carterville Lions under the Friday night lights. Watch the full game here on WFCN Game of the Week and the Wildcat Gameday Presentation, brought to you by Swinford Media Group, Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Kenya Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, State Bank of Whittington, City of Herrin, City of Cessna, Sam C. Mitchell and Associates, Herrin Unit 4 Schools, Johnston City Unit 1 Schools, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique. Week 1 of the high school.
Hello and welcome to week 1 of the high school football season. The long-awaited 2025 high school football season is finally here, and we should have a good one to start the season here tonight in Carterville.
I mean, what more could you want? Number one, you have two teams who haven't played in modern history in varsity football squaring off here tonight in week 1. Number two, these schools are about 12 miles apart and some Williamson County rivals with bragging rights on the line. Number three, these are two regular playoff teams, Marion in Class 5A and Carterville in 4A, so this should be a good game above all else. And oh yeah, these two programs, the Wildcats and Lions, are intertwined up and down between the coaching staffs. Storylines are everywhere here in week 1.
That's Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. Aaron Price will be on the sideline. Garrett Smith and Drew Smith will help out as well. This is the Swinford Media Group's production of live high school sports here tonight. It's the Marion Stars Wildcat Gameday production of live Marion High School sports. This is the start of year 7. This is also the start of year 2 of our WFCN News Southern Illinois High School Football Game of the Week. And tonight, all of the region will be tuned in for this matchup. Gage and I will be back to set the stage right after this.
Hi Wildcat fans, I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All of our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
We want to help students when they come right out of high school, but we're also here for the adults. After high school, I went to my local community college, and after my first semester, realized that I wasn't quite ready to go to college. And I went back to work in construction for roughly about 15 years. And at the same time, I took classes at community college. It's this idea that you can go back to school at any time for anything, and that's what a community college does for you. That's what John A. Logan does for you.
This is the Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show here live at Lions Field as we await kickoff between the Marion Wildcats and the Carterville Lions tonight in week 1 of the high school football season. We're about 40 minutes away from kickoff, but let's set the stage first. Tonight, Gage, I'm Riley Swinford alongside Gage Johnson. Gage, as we first start with the Marion Wildcats, who come into the season feeling very experienced and very prepared. And when you talk about that, it all starts with the senior quarterback, Callahan Roper.
Yeah, quarterback Callahan Roper is heading into his senior year with 19 varsity starts already under his belt, and when the ball is snapped on Marion's first offensive possession here tonight, it'll mark number 20. Last year he had 280 passing attempts with a 65.7 passing percentage, 184 completions, and 288 yards with 23 passing touchdowns. This was a huge jump from his sophomore season in which he had 136 attempts, a 63.2 completion percentage, 86 completions, 908 passing yards, and 9 touchdowns. Roper's also spent his offseason sharpening his skills at elite camps, including stops at Vanderbilt and the Peyton Manning Passing Academy, listed by Sports Illustrated as one of the top returning quarterbacks in the state this year.
And last week, Gage, you and I were at the Week 0 scrimmage at Harrisburg, and he's certainly flashed the ability to throw the ball around to a variety of different weapons, and you'd expect Marion to play up-tempo and look to spread the wealth around here tonight, right?
For sure. Last week, he was getting everyone involved. Sam Atkins, Malachi Cooper, Junius Thomas made a big catch for a touchdown. Alex Henry was flashing the ability to line up at tight end. More on his defense here in a second. But Max Wade, Blake Winters, Blake Hoffman, lots of experienced guys, Riley, who can go get it and make a play and put a lot of pressure on this Carterville defensive backfield. But I'll say this, that Marion O-line has to give Roper time and keep him upright and protected in order for him to succeed.
Then when you talk about the defense, Gage, as you alluded to, it's got to be Alex Henry anchoring the guys in white tonight on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, if Callahan Roper is the focal point of the offensive attack, it's Alex Henry as the leader of the defense. He's really the heartbeat of this team. He's going to visit some D1 schools on game day visits this fall, and man, can this dude play. Number 85 in white was flat getting it after last week, lining up at the tight end and then turning around and playing D-line on the next series. This dude doesn't take a snap off.
He had a monster season last year, Gage, and he expects to have an even better senior year.
Yeah, last year, 10 games, he had 43 solo tackles and 40 assists. It comes out to about an average of 8.3 tackles a game, with 20 of those coming for a loss, with 7 sacks and 2 fumble recoveries. In his sophomore year, he had 9 games, 21 solo tackles, 14 assists, with 3.9 tackles per game and 3 tackles for loss. That puts him among the leaders in Marion history for tackles for loss.
We'll tell you more about tonight's big game as our Binkley-Ross Funeral Home pregame show continues right after this. You're watching the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day. This is also our WFCN News Game of the Week, brought to you by the Swinford Media Group with sponsorship from Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, and our other fine sponsors.
My name's Craig Byer. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Been doing that for 33 years. I grew up in Wisconsin on a farm, and my dad had a masonry business. And orthopedics is really a good focus because I was trained as a bricklayer, and orthopedic surgery is very similar. Everything's have to be plumbing levels. That skill set I learned as a bricklayer and mason, I use actually on a daily basis doing orthopedic surgery. Orthopedic surgery really involves treatment of the musculoskeletal system, which includes extremities, spine. We work with bones, joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, etc. We provide both surgical and non-surgical management for musculoskeletal conditions. In fact, about 1 out of 10 patients I see in the clinic actually come to surgery. The other 9 out of 10 we can treat and manage non-surgically. I don't require referrals. Patients can come to see me straight away. My philosophy, again, is optimize non-surgical treatment before I perform surgery. Once I do surgery, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist. My wife gives me a hassle. If I'm in the room and this picture on the wall is crooked, I will fix it, even in your house. I think part of that is the masonry background, because everything's got to be, again, plumb level and as close to perfect as you can achieve. You can shoot for perfection, accept excellence. That's my rule.
I'm excited to represent Southern Illinois when playing basketball for SIU, and it's important to me to give back to this region. That's important to Banterra Bank also, and it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a customer. They support their communities, and with their mobile app, I can check my accounts, make payments, and more, all on my time. Plus, they offer a Saluki Visa debit card. that supports SIU scholarships and athletics.
That was an easy win for me.
Banterra Bank, official partner of Saluki Athletics.
Hi, I'm Joni, Director at Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes. When you're faced with loss, it's comforting to know that someone who understands your pain is here to help. That's why I brought Blue and Mitchell Hughes Funeral Homes back under local ownership alongside Binkley-Ross Funeral Home. We've been serving Marion and Williamson County families with compassion and care for years, and we know how important it is to feel supported in your time of need. If you have questions or concerns about your previous arrangements, we're here to support you with understanding and kindness. You can always rely on us for honesty, respect, and care you deserve. Marion is not only my home, Marion is my heart.
We're back here live at Lions Field in Carterville, Illinois, alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. Last week, the Wildcats got their feet wet with a preseason scrimmage. They call it Week 0. They played at Harrisburg, which is led by former Marion Wildcat Matt Griffith.
Yeah, Marion unofficially won that contest 18-12. Carterville did not do a scrimmage, so we will see how that plays a factor. Marion got to simulate the game action, work out some of the jitters, some of the wrinkles, and go against someone different than just themselves. They were able to fix some penalties they were called for, get game filled to go off this week, and that may be key tonight. Marion and Carterville met in Week 0 a year ago, so these two teams aren't exactly unfamiliar with one another.
Yeah, Gage, you went to Marion, graduated in 2017, went to college, been down in Kentucky for a few years, so it was really your first look back at the Marion football program. What did you think when you saw your first look at the Jason Dunning era last week?
Well, right away, the offense just showed out last week. Callahan Roper showed off the arm that he's really worked on this offseason, and we saw the myriad of kind of tools he has in the wide receiving core. They've got depth in numbers offensively. Some things they'll have to shore up on defense, I think, to really put together a really strong Week 1, but overall a pretty impressive showing for a Week 0.
We'll talk about tonight's opponent, the Carterville Lions. A nice crowd is filing in. If you're unable to be here tonight, you're stuck at work or you're just watching from home, we'll have you covered. We're about 30 minutes away from kickoff here on the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day and our WFCN News Game of the Week. We'll be back with our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show right after this.
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boyce Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boyce Trash Service.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
Hi, I'm Tyler Young with the Print Shop here in Marion. We're on the square. We just got done doing some perforated vinyl here at Swinford Publications. So this is the vinyl that you can see out, but people can't see in, and it gives a nice little look and feel to a number of different kinds of businesses. So come see us at the Print Shop. We're at 1112 North Carbon, next to AutoZone behind Hardee's.
This Labor Day, Anderson's family of stores want you to save big. Enjoy up to 30% off or 6 years interest-free financing with thousands of unique items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Plus, get same-day delivery on most mattresses.
This Labor Day, united we save. During the Labor Day sale.
At Anderson's family of stores.
Welcome back to Carterville. We're just under 30 minutes away from the kickoff. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. And Gage, it's hard to believe as we start here tonight, this is year 3 of the Jason Dunning era here in Marion.
Yeah, Riley, Coach Dunning and the seniors have really grown up together now. He's entering his 3rd year at the helm, and Jason Dunning really feels confident about the direction of his program, and for pretty good reason. This year's senior class has been through the ups and downs. Many were thrown into varsity action as sophomores during his first year in 2023, and now they return with plenty of experience and a clear understanding of what it takes to compete under pressure. They missed their playoffs, went 4-5 in their first year in 2023, but last year they were able to get back to the playoffs, going 6-4 and losing in that first round to Highland. So entering tonight, sitting at 10-9, and Dunning's a Carterville native too.
Add that to the storylines. We'll talk more about that as the night goes along. That was on his mind, among other things, entering the season when our Aaron Price visited practice this week at Wildcat Stadium to get Coach Dunning's thoughts as he enters year 3 at the helm.
These guys have been in the same position now going on their 3rd year. So you've got Callahan Robert at quarterback as a 3-year starter, Sam Atkins, Junius Thomas, Logan Hoffman, Blake Winters, Alex Henry, Malachi Cooper, all guys that have been a part this whole time. And kind of as sophomores, they were thrown into the fire a little bit early, but now they've matured. And it's fun because you don't have to do a whole lot of teaching. It's more fine-tuning the little schemes, and you know what their abilities are and what they can do, what they do well. And so it's fun. And now we're finally through summer camp, through spring practice, through all the grind of that nastiness of camp, and we just got through with week 0, and now we're staring right down the barrel at Carterville as our week 1 opponent. You know, I think we always try to keep it in perspective. We've got the same set of goals. You know, win our first game, win our first home game, have a winning season, challenge for the conference title, make the playoffs, win that first playoff game. Those things are in perspective, you know, no matter what season it is. And this one, this is no exception. We're going to come out ready to go, trying to get out of the gate strong. Our schedule has gotten tougher from last year. You know, we play Carterville instead of Herrin. Week 4, we go to the defending state champion Althoff Crusaders, so that's a significant step up. And they're always, I know they lost the Hill kid, thank goodness, went to Oregon, and they lost the 2 big lineman kids, but they're still going to be all taught. They're still going to be well coached. They're going to be sound. But the South 7 is going to be, you know, hey, everybody's good. Mount Vernon will be good week 3. Cahokia will be good week 5. Centralia, you know, it's probably the last time we're going to play them except for the postseason for a while. But they got us last year. Talented quarterback, talented receiver, and then you got Carbondale. So, I mean, there's no weeks off in our schedule, and the Wildcats have to stay healthy. We got to keep our guys off the turf. Keep Callahan. I keep saying it. Keep him upright. But you know, we do that. We're talented. We got a lot of experience and leadership going into it, and we're excited. For us, it's just a ball game. You know, a lot of people are going to look at that, and I know I've got a nephew that's playing for Carterville, and he may get some playing time, and you're kind of on that. I want him to do well. I want him to have a good night, but at the end of the day, I want the Wildcats to win. And, you know, whenever this kind of came to fruition a little bit, it was like, oh, that'd be kind of neat. But I think someone else the other day, they're going to be weird going back to where you played. And the thing is, it's not, because number one, I've been a Wildcat longer than I was a Lion. Number two, it's at a totally different venue. It's not at the field that I played at, and but still, all in all, I've got the responsibility and the priorities to the Marion Wildcats and getting us ready, and it's going to be a primetime game, and I'm excited for it. And I just told the kids in film that there's going to be an atmosphere there. There's going to be something that, and oftentimes we go places there is no atmosphere. Carterville will have an atmosphere. The cannon will be going off. And one of the kids asked a couple weeks back, you know, do they only fire it after touchdowns? I said, no, they're going to fire the cannon, especially week one. They're going to fire it a lot. So it's just kind of preparing ourselves. Don't be in shock. They're going to fire their cannon. Expect it. Move on. Play the ball game. And it's going to be a fun night.
That was Coach Jason Dunning before the Marion Wildcats play Carterville here on the road tonight. We're just under 25 minutes from the kick. This is our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show. Gage and I will be back to talk about tonight's opponent, the Carterville Lions, when we come back. Stay with us.
Since 1999, Clark Natural Stone is a family-owned business that strives to not only offer you the best selection of rock and mulch in the country, but also provide you with the best service. Clark Natural Stone Slinger Truck is a great option when you need rock, sand, or gravel placed in an area not easily accessible to a conventional dump bed. To schedule your delivery or to ask any questions, call 618-997-3889 or visit our website, clarknaturalstone.com.
At The Hub, we're not just a fitness center. We're a community powered by people who care. Our dedicated staff will guide you every step of the way on our world-class fitness floor. Dive into fun in our aquatic center. And with our fitness and aquatics classes, there's something for everyone. Join us for family events that bring our community closer. We're people-powered and we are here for you, creating a fitness experience that feels like family. Join us today at The Hub, where health and happiness meet.
Contact Kenya Garner for an auto quote today.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress knows your sleep is important. That's why our mattress studio is one of the largest in the area. We've got Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns & Foster, and more. Tempur-Pedic mattresses start as low as $28 a month with up to 6 years interest-free financing. And Queen mattresses start at just $179. Plus, enjoy the comfort of our 90-day sleep guarantee and same-day delivery. And now, no credit needed.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress.
Welcome back here at Lions Field. Kickoff is fast approaching alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day and the WFCN News Southern Illinois High School Football Game of the Week. Gage, as we continue our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show, let's talk more about the matchup tonight, the Carterville Lions.
Yeah, the Lions are coached by Brett Dial. He's been the head coach since 2019. In 2019, they went 3-6, but then in 2021 in the spring, they went 4-1. And then in 2021 in the fall, they went 8-3, made the playoffs, followed by 11-1 in 22, 7-3 in 23, and 7-3 in the playoffs again in 24. He followed Dennis Druce, who coached Carterville from 2002 to 2018, following a guy that Marion fans know well by the name of Kerry Martin, who was the Lions coach from 1994 to 2001 before coming to Marion, where they were the 1996 state champs. Dial was a starter on that 96 team. In fact, him and Dunning's brother, Matt, were teammates. Dunning was on the 95 team and graduated in May before the team went all the way that fall. Dunning got his start helping Martin at Carterville before coming to Marion with Martin.
Dial is also the athletic director here at Carterville. He's also been the softball coach at times, and he held that role and continued the Lions' success while elevating them as they have a harder schedule now than ever as they've moved up to 4A. And they're now in the Ohio division of the Southern Illinois River-to-River Conference.
This year, the Lions are hoping a tougher schedule will help them go farther in the 4A playoffs. While Dial has immense respect for Benton and the other opponents they played in recent years, he felt a tougher regular season slate would better prepare the Lions for what awaits in the postseason. Herrin also no longer wanted to play Marion, understandably, after the Wildcats swept them 4-0 in the most recent series. So the Tigers now play Benton and the Wildcats play Carterville. In addition to Marion, the Lions have added Charleston and Hopkinsville, Kentucky to their schedule.
Yeah, Dial told us he feels like he has enough pieces on his roster to compete against the bigger schools and tougher competition this fall. And he first mentioned four-year starting center Jackson Smith, who has more than 30 varsity starts under his belt.
And Smith will snap it to Andy Johnson at quarterback, a senior who's moving into the role full-time after playing linebacker and taking some reps at QB as a junior. 3 other offensive linemen returned up front for the Lions, which Dial called his team's strength. At running back, Dial said he expects Johnson to play 2 ways and suit up at linebacker, where he's a 3-year starter. He's also listed Jamie Jones, the defensive line, with Luke Barnhart and Jeremiah Bouchard in the middle.
Here's what Coach Dial told our reporter Aaron Price earlier this week about his team heading into this matchup with the Marion Wildcats.
We've had some great games with Benton week 1, and I think that one of the things that we have found in the 4A playoffs the last 4 or 5 years that we're matching up with these teams in central northern Illinois that play large schools, that the average enrollment of their opponents is a lot higher than ours. I mean, that's nothing against our teams down here, but we decided this year that we were going to try to find some larger schools in some of our non-conference games. We were able to add Marion. We added Charleston week 3. They're a school of a little over 700, and then we're going to play Hopkinsville, Kentucky week 5. And they're a school over 1,000 as well. So we've upped the average size of our opponent in an attempt to try to get ourselves better prepared for the 4A playoffs, just with the depth of the schools that we see. There's very good small school football down here. Schools that have small enrollments have beat us. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with when you're playing these teams, they come in with 60, 70 guys on the roster, and the depth is just different that we need to try to better prepare ourselves for. I mean, Jason Dunn and I go way back. We played together. He's a year older than I was, and he was a safety and I was a corner in '95 and played on the same side of the field. So I've known him for a long time. Nothing but respect for him, and his brother's is my age, and he was a linebacker on my side too. So I know the Dunning family for a long time. Great people. So I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to compete against those guys and that family and Jason, all those guys and the coaches he's got at Marion. We know a lot of those guys. Great people. So we're looking forward to that matchup. As far as this summer, I felt like we did a really good job of taking our guys out of the area and trying to challenge them a little bit. We did some practice with Tolono Unity, who was a 3A semifinalist last year, and then went to camp with Normal U High, who was a 4A semifinalist. So we just tried to put our guys in situations where they had to be challenged and to try to elevate our game, because we got a tough opponent here week 1, and we have to make sure we're ready for it. Jackson Smith is our center. He's a 4-year starter at center. He's played over 30 games on the offensive line. He's outstanding, and the play starts with him. And he's going to snap with Andy Johnson. Andy Johnson's a 3-year starter. He's played linebacker for the last 2 years. He split some time at quarterback last year. But both guys are very seasoned, 20-plus starts, for Andy, 30-plus starts for Jackson. So it really starts with those two. And then, we bring back 3 other offensive linemen that played a significant part of our team last year. So I feel like offensively up front, our offensive line is definitely our experience. It's our strength. It's what we're going to have to lean on a little bit. I think that we bring in 2 running backs to replace Chance Myers and Amon Cozy. The guys that will replace them are Johnny Miller and Carter Jones. They're a great 1-2 combination. There's a little bit of speed there, and there's a little bit of power. So I think we're pretty physical. And then we have quite a few wide receivers that I think will have a good season. So defensively, Andy, like I said, at linebackers, a 3-year starter. Jamie Jones is back. Our defensive line, most of those guys are back with Luke Barnhart and Jeremiah Bouchard in the middle. So our line is on both sides of the ball is probably our strength. Platooned up front, so those guys really, play one way, can try to be rested and ready to go. These are the games that kids will remember. It's games that coaches remember. Nobody wants to go play in an empty stadium. So it'll be packed, and there'll be a lot of people cheering and jawing, I'm sure. And we're just gonna enjoy the moment and take a look around. And it's high school football, and it'll be a great atmosphere to play in.
We're getting close to kickoff here at Lions Field. We're just about 15 minutes away from the kickoff. They just had the coin toss. The captains met at midfield. The coaches shook hands, and we're getting close to the start of the 2025 high school football season. When we come back, we'll have our Legence Bank players to bank on. We'll have our Watermark Auto Group keys to the game, and we'll continue setting the stage here on the Binkley-Ross pregame show as the Marion Wildcats and Carterville Lions are set to square off here in week 1 on the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day. This is also our WFCN News Southern Illinois High School Football Game of the Week. Don't go anywhere. Gage and I will be back with more of the pregame show right after this.
We want to help students when they come right out of high school, but we're also here for the adults. After high school, I went to my local community college, and after my first semester, realized that I wasn't quite ready to go to college. And I went back to work in construction for roughly about 15 years. And at the same time, I took classes at community college. It's this idea that you can go back to school at any time for anything, and that's what a community college does for you. That's what Johnny Logan does for you.
Your dream wedding gown awaits at Blush and Ivory Bridal, the most recommended bridal boutique in Southern Illinois. At Blush and Ivory, you won't be lost in the crowd. With every private appointment, the entire boutique is yours. Just you, your loved ones, and your personal stylist. Together, you'll discover a curated selection of gowns, veils, and accessories to create the bridal look you've always imagined. And say yes to the dress that brings out the bride in you. Schedule your private appointment today at Blush and Ivory Bridal, 307 North Market Street in Marion. Call 618-882-926.
We're back here live at Lions Field alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. This is the start of year 7 of the Marion Stars Wildcat Gameday presentations of live Marion High School sports. This is also our year 2 of the WFCN News Southern Illinois High School Football Game of the Week. And now it's time to name our Legence Bank players to bank on.
I mean, week 1, we have to go with Callahan Roper and Alex Henry, right?
You would think, yeah.
I mean, these two guys, as we said in the opener, are Marion's most experienced and have the numbers to back it up, Riley. I'd be shocked when all the dust is settled here tonight at about 9 p.m. if we aren't talking about either Roper or Henry as our first Hub Recreation Center player of the game of the season. But, hey, maybe someone will shock us and surprise us, right? That's why you play the game.
Absolutely, and another tradition here on our Marion Star Wildcat Game Day Productions is the Watermark Auto Group keys to the game.
All right, number 1, set the tone for the rest of the season. Week 1 can give you momentum heading into the rest of the season, get a non-conference win, and start building that path back to the postseason. Number 2, Williamson County bragging rights. No longer playing Herrin, so this is the best chance to play someone local and own those bragging rights across the county. The rest of the schedule is more Metro East and South 7 rivals, so you know this game means a little more with all the ties. And number 3, control your emotions. Both coaches said it. This will be a crazy atmosphere tonight. Whoever handles this big stage, the crowd, the noise, the cannon going off, all the students mouthing back and forth, all the extra adrenaline will win this game. First game jitters, no penalties, no turnovers, no miscues on special teams. Play a clean game and have some fun.
So let's go ahead and talk about Marion's schedule the rest of the way as we look forward. You don't want to look past tonight necessarily, but just so you know what's down the road ahead for the Wildcats, Gage. Tonight we're at Carterville. Where are they at next week?
They got Granite City at home, and then they'll have a second straight home game on the 12th, taking on Mount Vernon before hitting the road again to see Belleville-Altoff on the 19th. They'll be back at home for a quick one with Cahokia on the 26th, hitting the road again on the 3rd of October with Centralia, back home for homecoming against Collinsville on the 10th, at Carbondale on the 17th, and then hitting senior night on the 25th against Mattoon.
And those who read our Marion Star and Carterville Courier newspapers this week might have saw that in my pregame story, kind of previewing this game and previewing the season, I inadvertently thought this was the first meeting all time between these two teams in varsity football action, but a reader of ours reached out today and said that this is actually their first meeting unofficially, according to different records, at least since the 50s. According to our friend who reached out, they've played at least 17 times, including games in 2 conferences. The first was a post-World War I contest, which was part of the Little Egyptian Conference. That was a game where they played in front of a small crowd on a scoreless game in a downpour back in 1925. They also played in 33, 34, and 38. And then again in the 40s and 50s when Marion and Carterville were regular non-conference opponents. Unofficially, according to our friend who reached out, Carterville last won in this series in 1948, and Marion's last one in this series was 1955. So, like you said in the opener, Gage, the first meeting in modern football history.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure, and we're excited to see how it shapes out.
If anybody at home was at that game in 1955, played in that game in 1955, or was a part of that game, please let us know in the comments down below. We're going to go ahead and step aside. We'll hear from our sponsors one more time. Then we'll be back to officially kick off the football season. When we return, a large crowd is filling in here at Lions Field. If you can't make it, stay with us. This is the Swinford Media Group's live production of high school football.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All of our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
Hi Wildcat fans, I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
Week 1 of the high school football season kicks off as the Marion Wildcats take on the Carterville Lions under the Friday night lights. Watch the full game here on WFCN Game of the Week and the Wildcat Gameday Presentation, brought to you by Swinford Media Group, Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, State Bank of Whittington, City of Herrin, City of Cecil, Dr. Sam C. Mitchell and Associates, Herrin Unit 4 Schools, Johnston City Unit 1 Schools, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique.
Yeah, we're down here in the end zone, and there is a lot of electricity here for this big Williamson County rivalry matchup. The Marion Wildcats taking on the Carterville Lions, and one thing you can always be sure of in Carterville Lion country is the sound of that cannon. And go ahead and pan over right over here next to where that big cannon is, and a local family's been doing that for decades here in Carterville, and it is all up and ready to go for this big rivalry matchup game tonight here at Lions Field. As you've mentioned, this is a game a varsity contest that, according to all of the records we could obtain, has never been played before as a varsity contest. So this is going to be a big game tonight here at Lions Field, and we'll be down here all night giving you updates throughout the evening, along with post-game interviews at the conclusion of the game. For now, reporting live in Carterville, I'm Aaron Price. Back to you guys.
We're back here live at Lions Field. This is the conclusion of our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford, Aaron Price reporting here as well. You just heard Aaron talking about the cannon, and right as we were showing it, Gage, the cannon went off, and we both kind of jumped a little bit. If there is a wake-up call that it's time for the season, I think we just had it.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know if we were in Carterville anymore or if we were at UT Austin with that cannon going off like that.
We're going to send it down to the field for the playing of our national anthem. Brought to you by the Carterville High School Marching Band.
Pride of the Lions.
The cannon concluded the national anthem, brought to you by the Pride of the Lions Marching Band here at Lions Field in Carterville. When you hear that cannon go off, you know exactly where you're at. And we are here live at Lions Field in Carterville for the start of the 2025 high school football season. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. Aaron Price here reporting as well. Drew Smith and Garrett Smith down on the sidelines, providing some extra angles to you throughout the night, as we are ready and geared up for start of year 7 of our Wildcat Game Day presentations, year 2 of the WFCN News Southern Illinois Regional High School Football Game of the Week, and we could not be any more excited to have football back. The weather has dropped. It's 79 degrees. The sun is setting, and it feels like high school football time tonight, Gage.
Oh, yeah, and some smoke's filling the clouds after that cannon, and I think both these sides, they want all the smoke.
So Marion will be defending the kick. Marion is wearing their all-road whites, wearing blue helmets with the gold Marion emblem, blue numbers, Marion across the chest, gold trim. Carterville, the home team tonight, wearing the home blues with the white numbers and orange trim. Orange helmets with the Lion script, similar to the Illini helmets up in Champaign. White stripe across the middle, white numbers, white socks, and about 3,000 of our closest friends from Williamson County joining us here tonight. Williamson County bragging rights on the line. And for the first time in about 70 years, these two teams are squaring off in a varsity football contest. You ready to go, Gage?
Oh, let's do it.
Carterville kicks it off. Number 28, Carson Davis doing the kicking. It bounces and is fielded, and it's going to be brought out by Marion. It's Jaden Twitty on the return, and that's how the 2025 season starts. He is down on about the 40, and here comes Callahan Roper and the Marion offense for the first time this season.
Picked up by number 23, Jaden Twitty of the Wildcats.
Let's see how Marion plays it on their first offensive series, and if last week at Harrisburg for the scrimmage was any indication, Gage, expect a pass-first attack.
Oh, yeah, you can expect to see Callahan show off that arm early, kind of set the tone with that passing game, and then follow it up on the ground.
We'll see what Marion dials up for the first play. This first series is an easy one because you can pretty well script it all week in practice. Roper will have 3 receivers out to his left. One goes in motion over to his right. Now it's Alex Henry alone in single coverage to his right. Roper claps his hands, looks, and Junius Thomas has the first reception of the season. He follows his blockers for a first down, trying to make a couple guys miss for a few extra yards. And near that Marion sideline on the far side, Junius Thomas starts the season with a first Southern Bank first down.
Nice little shimmy and cut back there to get across the defender and get that extra yard for the first down right there by Thomas.
He had a nice play last week at Harrisburg in the scrimmage. Marion will be first and 10. They'll be at the 44 now. Marion in a tight formation this time. Blake Winters in the backfield behind Roper in the shotgun. Claps his hands. Play action, rolls out. He's got Thomas again, 2 for 2. Makes the first guy miss. The flag's thrown as he's finally brought down by a slew of Lion defenders. And right off the bat, 2 for 2 for Callahan, Gage.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like if that's any indication, it's a couple of short passes in the backfield. They're kind of trusting their athleticism, something they did a lot last week, looking to go kind of make some plays and then unleash that big play later on in the game.
Looks like Marcus Hazel's the running back, 26 in white there in the huddle with Winters and Roper. Got Hoffman, number 1 on the far side. Alex Henry lining up at tight end, something we saw last week at the scrimmage. So they get Carterville for a face mask. Marion will get some extra yards tacked on to the end of that play. Extra 5 yards, and Marion now sets up near midfield on that Carterville C at the 50-yard line. Roper drops back. Under pressure, and he throws it at the feet of Blake Winters. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it as Carterville sent the pass rush. I think it was big 77, Gage.
Yeah, just didn't have enough time to get that play set up. Had 4 out looking like they were going to go wide and had 1 receiver stay back looking for the pass, and then just didn't have time to let the play develop.
Looked like it was Jeremiah Bouchard, who Brett Dial talked to Aaron Price about in our pregame show, as one of his defensive leaders on that D-line, and big Jeremiah, 6 foot 270, coming at Callahan.
Oh, yeah, I'd be afraid, too, if he's coming at me.
Second and short now as Marion lines up near midfield, just about 50 seconds into the season here at Carterville as the sun is setting. A nice breeze coming in. They flip it to Hazel, and not much room there for Marcus on the first run play of the season.
Right idea, just didn't have enough of a gap, but a couple yards closer to a first down there on that play.
Just across the 50 now into Carterville territory.
He was stopped by several lines, led by Carson Davis.
They give Carson Davis the tackle, and it's now 3rd and 1 now for Marion. Roper, play action pitch, finds Henry streaking across the middle, makes one guy miss. He's got his eyes on the end zone, and Alex Henry from 47 yards out has the first score of the season. 6-0 Marion, and the guy we highlighted in the pregame show for his defense, Gage, gets the first touchdown of the season.
Well, I tell you what, it's hard to miss a man that big open in the middle of the field, and boy, did he find it and make some moves to get to the end zone right there.
Big Alex Henry, 6'2", 240 listed on the roster, and we know him for his defense and his work on the D-line. But Alex Henry rumbled his way to the house with 10:34 to go, just a minute and a half into the season. Marion already out to a 6-0 lead, and we were talking to some people coming in. They told us to expect an offensive showcase tonight, and we've already seen it.
Oh, yeah, and they're doing a good job of mixing in some plays. The play before that, their first run play of the game, and then immediately follows it up with a play action to hit that touchdown.
Like the play calling on that series now. Sam Atkins will line up for the point after. Roper to hold. The kick is up, and through the uprights, and Marion, just like that, with 10:34 to go in the opening quarter, is out to a 7-0 lead. We'll take a quick timeout. Wildcats setting the tone early here tonight in Carterville.
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boys Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boys Trash Service.
We're back here live at Carterville, where Marion is already out to a 7-0 lead, courtesy of an Alex Henry touchdown. How many yards was it again, Gage?
53 yards on a little play action, and it was third down. First third down of the year. Nice nice touchdown for a conversion. Can't really beat that if you're the Wildcats.
Yeah, no complaints on that far sideline over there with the way this season started. Great execution by the Wildcats, and the season gets off to a great start. Atkins kicks it off. Short kick takes a bounce at the 25. Picked up, and Marion's right on him, and a slew of white jerseys are going to come flying in to wrap up the return man. I believe it was Jack Dodson trying to bring it out, and he had a bunch of white jerseys on him quickly. Sorry, it was Reggie Wilson, number 21 in blue. So Carterville will have the ball to start on the 26-yard line as their offense takes the field, and we'll get our first look at the Carterville Lions. Evan Masterson credited with that tackle on special teams, and now the Lions will set up with two receivers out to the left, two in the backfield. One goes in motion, and at quarterback is number 6 as the play's blown dead. Andy Johnson getting the start at QB tonight for the Lions. And the white hat referee, Jim Cowsen, calls encroachment against Marion, so Carterville will get some free yards before the season even starts.
Not an ideal start for the Wildcat defense, but I'm sure the Lions aren't complaining about that.
As we mentioned in the pregame, Marion had a week 0 scrimmage last week. Carterville did not. Carterville's just been playing themselves, so we'll see how that plays a factor. They hand it off on first down. It's a handoff to number 10, Johnny Miller, and he gets out towards the 35, across the 35 near the 40. Ball came loose, but he was already down. They're going to spot it at the 39. So a nice first down for Carterville, a First Southern Bank first down on their first play from scrimmage. And we'll see if we have a contrast in styles tonight. Marion going to be pass first. We'll see if Carterville's more run first.
He picked up enough yardage, though, for a Lion.
Talked to the voice of the Lions, Dave McKenzie, on my way in, and he said expect a lot of points. He said these two teams both have offensive firepower. He said but maybe a defense optional. We'll see what ends up playing out tonight. Bad snap. The quarterback had to make something out of it. That's Johnson. Is a pretty much a broken play, Gage.
It looks like we got a flag in the backfield too. Well, the ref threw one out.
I think he might have been spotting the ball.
That's
maybe.
right.
So just a 1-yard pickup after the bad snap. So Carterville will take that, even though the snap was not good coming out of there by the center. They do pick up one with 9:17 to go in the opening quarter. Carterville 2nd and 9 from the 40. Play action. They pass, and it's through the hands of the intended receiver, thrown just out of the reach of Hayden Harrell, and that was a dangerous ball coming out of there.
Oh, yeah, you can tell after that last play, a little bit of nerves right there from Johnson. Maybe threw that just a tad bit early, just out of his reach.
Johnson lines up at 5'8", 170, also doubles as a linebacker. He's Carterville's most experienced linebacker, 3-year starter there, moving into the varsity quarterback job this season.
That'll bring up 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9 from the 40. Carterville faced with a big third down here. Marion converted on their drive. Now it's Carterville's turn. 3 out to the right, none to the left, and Marion jumps off sides, and another penalty, Gage.
That's 2 pretty early. You don't want those to start stacking up because these free yards are going to end up paying off for the Lions.
Yeah, Marion had a chance last week at Harrisburg to work on these things, and you would have expected them coming out tonight to be a little bit more poised, especially as much experience as Marion has on both sides of the ball. But first game jitters in all of Williamson County is here too, Gage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw it last week. They had a really successful defensive drive that ended up in a touchdown because of these penalties, and looks like right here it's going to end up in might have one here.
Johnny Miller breaks one for a first down and then some, and number 10's talking as he gets up. And here comes a late flag as the two sides were letting each other hear it, as emotions are high, and both coaches alluded to it in their pregame comments. There's going to be some mouthing, and it's going to be from the stands, it's going to be from the sideline, and it's going to be on the field, and you saw a little bit of that there after Miller broke a long run.
Oh, yeah, and you already see one of his teammates going to talk to him, trying to calm him down, saying, hey, man, you just made this big run, and now we got to bring some of it back.
5'11" junior running back Jonathan Miller also plays linebacker, number 10 in blue for Carterville. The big play there, and Marion barely stopped him before he had his sights set on 6, but nonetheless a big first down. And then it's going to be coming back because of the taunting at the end.
But, I mean, like you said, those penalties, those are the types of things you don't want to set up those plays. So if Marion can get those out of the way early, now's the time to do it.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, the official ruling. So that backs him up to, I believe, the 32 is where referee Todd Bryant has it spotted, the line judge tonight. This is a good Southern Illinois officiating crew out here tonight for this big matchup. So now it's 1st and 10 from the 32 for Johnson and the Lions. Johnson calls out the orders. 3 receivers out to his right, nobody out to the left. Miller in the backfield. He just broke that big run. And why not? They go back to him and forcing him out of bounds with a nice tackle there. Junius Thomas, number 11. He's one of Marion's two-way players this senior class, Gage, as we saw him make a couple plays on offense. Now he lets his impact be felt on defense.
Oh, yeah, used his athleticism to make sure he couldn't get to that sideline and break off for another big run. Wrapped him up with a nice tackle.
4 yards for Miller, 2nd and 6 now. 8 minutes to go and some change here in the first quarter. Carterville, same formation, 3 receivers out to the right. Nobody towards their sideline to the left. Johnson snaps his hands, looks to pass with time across the middle, finds the open man, Jamison Jones, who drags a couple Wildcats with him into the red zone, and Carterville's got something going here, Gage, as they got their sights on tying this game.
Oh, yeah, it looked like Marion was set up in a little bit of a zone that didn't have any defenders nearby to break up the pass, and now Marion's going to have to make a big stand here if they want to keep Carterville out of the end zone.
Another tackle for Thomas there, but not before another Lions First Southern Bank first down, as Carterville's at the 10. 1st and goal from the 10, 7:30 to go in this opening period. Now they flip the formation. It's 3 out to the left for Johnson. Goes out, finds Hayden Harrell, follows his blockers. Did he get in?
No, he did not.
No, he did not. Hard
and
to
we
see.
got another flag.
And another late flag after the play was dead. And we'll see which way this goes. If it's against Marion, it's half the distance to the goal. If it's against Carterville, it'll be coming back.
He's pushed out of bounds by number 25,
Quintarius Townsend on the coverage for Marion. Just inside about the 3, and then some talking after the play as they threw a flag. I believe that one goes against Marion. So half the distance to the goal. And these referees are going to set the tone early, Gage, and try to keep the talking to a minimum before it gets out of hand.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, I didn't even really think it seemed like there was too much going on, and they're shutting it down early. So it looks like we're getting strictly football here tonight.
1st and goal from the 2 now for the Lions. Quarterback keeps it himself, and he walks into the end zone for Carterville's first score of the season. And hold on, there's the cannon.
Can't miss it.
And we'll see if Carterville's got a kicking game. Marion flashed it with Atkins on their first drive, so each team's touched it once, Gage. Each team has a score, and we're just 5 minutes into this game.
Oh, yeah, we're seeing both sides kind of mix in some plays here and there. Both teams going to some screen passes early on, trying to set the short game up, and then really maybe take off in these future drives.
So Carterville will line up for the point after. Carson Davis in to kick. The quarterback, Johnson, will hold as Carterville is going to try to tie this game. Left-footed kick is up, and it's good, and we're all tied at 7 after 5 minutes of football. Both teams have scored. Be ready for a shootout tonight in Carterville, and I'm not just talking about the cannon. We'll be back with more football here live from the Swinford Media Group.
Hello, I'm Denon Davis. I'm a family practice physician at Deaconess, Illinois Clinic. I've greatly enjoyed practicing in Southern Illinois in general. Of course, I grew up here, and I wanted to come back and provide care for the people I grew up with. A small town area to raise your children and to have a practice is hands down better than being in an urban area or city. When you come to my office and you see me, I usually try to be pretty detailed, especially on your first visit. I want to know everything about you. I usually will review your entire chart. Thereafter, you'll usually get an after visit summary that I provide. It's got each problem typed out, and you get a print up of that every time you come and see me. I want you to know and understand everything that you come to see me for. The most rewarding part of family medicine is getting to know the people that you take care of, developing those relationships. And as I tell a lot of my patients when they come in, I treat them just like they are my family, just like I would my mom and dad.
For the Wildcats, that's Max Wade.
Welcome back here live at Carterville. Carterville just with a squib kick, and Max Wade recovered, and Marion's going to have good field position to start their second drive.
Wade brings the ball out to the 46-yard line.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 46 as Marion lines up for their second series. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right, Gage? Stick with what they had success with on that first drive.
Oh, yeah, you can expect a mix of passing and running. They went pass heavy first, and I think that's what we're going to expect all season long with Roper behind center.
Trips out to the right. Now they send some guys in motion. It's going to be 4 receivers, 2 on each side. Actually, 3 still out to the right. 5 receivers set alone in the backfield is Roper as he slings it out to Blake Winters, and he's got it across the 50 and tripped up. Nice open field tackle there by Zachary Carter of Carterville. And that's hard to say, but Blake Winters, one of these senior returners for the Wildcats, making his impact known.
Both sides really trying to make some big plays here early on. You said we were going to see a offensive showcase, and man, we're getting it so far.
Roper steps into one. He's got Atkins for a first down. A year ago before he got hurt, that was his favorite target. Sam Atkins, another senior, a dynamic athlete. First down, Marion, brought to you by the First Southern Bank. Marion working quickly. 1st and 10 from the 41. 6:20 to go here in the opening quarter. Roper, again, Atkins, back-to-back receptions, and he's still on his feet as he's pushed out of bounds.
And you're seeing that week 0 payoff kind of early on. I think the tempo of the Wildcats is really nice. You don't see them looking very rushed offensively right now.
Carter on the coverage again, but not before Atkins got about 5 yards. And Marion's working quickly again. Up to the line in a hurry. High snap. Roper rolls out. Looking, steps into one. Picked off! Big interception. Jamison Jones is going to bring it out. And the first turnover of the season, courtesy of a Callahan-Roper interception. And a big defensive stop for the Lions will flip the momentum in the Lions' favor after they scored.
And I mean, look, just looked like the pass went short. I was feeling a little bit of pressure, tried to get out of the pocket. Had some openings downfield, but just wasn't able to get it done.
Pushed out of bounds by number 11.
Now let's look for the Marion defense, see if they can pick up Roper after that.
Yeah, the defense is going to be tasked with getting the momentum back on the Wildcat side, as now this big crowd over here on the Carterville sideline where we're set up is pumped up, and Carterville's offense had all about 3 plays to catch their breath, and they're back on the field. 1st and 10 from the 32. 6 minutes and 8 seconds to go in this opening quarter. 3 receivers out to the right. Johnson at quarterback. Goes to Miller. Met at the line by a group of white jerseys, and Hudson Wade, number 44, coming in at the last second. Malachi Cooper, number 8.
Johnson hands off to number 10.
Alex Henry, of course, in on the action as he always is at that line.
He was wrapped up by number 8, Malachi.
And they give Cooper credit for that tackle.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Wildcats kind of try to counter this Carterville line. I mean, with Smith at center, they've got a solid line, and the ground game's kind of working early. With them now momentum on their side, you don't want them to take time off this clock and start piling up the scoring.
When Carterville sent their captains out on the field for the meeting, Gage, the big Jackson Smith immediately caught your eye, 6'5", 360.
I mean, how do you get around that if you're the defense? I couldn't imagine trying to try to get to the quarterback in this situation.
It's a big man out there. They go back to Miller on the ground. He tries to follow the blocking of Jackson Smith, but not much room for him there, as it was, again, Cooper, Henry, Wade, those anchors of the Marion defense, coming in quick to the ball. 45, Caden Jacobs on the defensive line, a junior, also in on the action.
The Wildcats testing their mettle right here. This would be a huge third down stop if they can get it right after the interception.
3rd and 6 from the 36-yard line for Carterville. Gain of 2 on that last handoff. You would think they would have to pass here, and Brett Dial, Carterville's head coach, is going to talk it over. He's going to use his first time out of the night. We'll take one as well. It's 7-7, all tied up here in the battle for Williamson County at Carterville.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
That was a look at Marion's first touchdown of the night. Alex Henry will show you Carterville's here in a moment, courtesy of our sideline team. It's the Smith brothers down there, Garrett and Drew. 3rd and 6 after the timeout. They give it to Miller. He gets blocking out to the right, and I believe he picked up the first down, Gage.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, he was there right away. There was nobody there on that side to stop him, and he made a free run right there.
That's textbook what they tell you. Find your hole, and you hit it quick, and he immediately was bursting through with a burst of speed there, following his big offensive line blockers.
Oh, yeah, and Marion's going to have to find a way to counter that line or at least get to the outside, because, man, is Carterville finding those short runs on the ground game here early on.
Brett Dial used his timeout wisely, and it paid off with a big 3rd down conversion, as now he's got a new set of downs. 1st and 10 from the 45, approaching midfield. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Johnson stands on the 40. Gives it to Miller, and Malachi Cooper's there to wrap him up at the line and drags him back past the line of scrimmage.
Look at Dunning in the sideline getting animated with him. You got to love the passion right there.
Hey, Jason Dunning getting excited, and I'm surprised. Yeah, right. He's playing his hometown, playing his alma mater. The emotion coming from that far side, and Malachi, he was the one last week, Gage, that let out that big scream after he made a play at Harrisburg. We could hear it up where we were in the stands.
Oh, yeah, you got to love the intensity. Week 1, he's ready to roll.
Big senior making a contribution there after they picked up the first down. Stopped him, gain of 0. No loss, though. 2nd and 10 now as Carterville's back up to the line at the 45. Man goes in motion. Johnson to pass. Marion sends the blitz. Pass is caught with room to run. Hayden Harrell still on his feet. Makes a guy miss. Forcing out of bounds on the far sideline by Andre Jones, but not before a huge gain. There is a flag on the play. On the left claw mark of the Carterville C, there is a flag. And we'll see if this one's coming back. It might be holding or a block in the back by Carterville as the referees talk it over. The way Carterville's quarterback's reacting right now, I think this one's coming back.
And, man, it looked like a nice slip screen, but I tell you what, That all came out of nowhere, so it wouldn't surprise me.
They get Carterville for an illegal block. And so this one comes back. There's the flag. Block in the back is the call, so the big play was for naught as Carterville is going to back it up. Referee Todd Bryant's going to walk it across the 35 to about the 45 to about the 44. And that's where he'll spot this one.
Yeah, what a gut check that's got to be for Carterville right here. So Marion, now's the chance to pounce, make some big plays right here on the defensive end.
Carterville still trying to capitalize off that Marion turnover. A rare Callahan-Roper interception gives Carterville a chance to take the lead. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right, 1 goes in motion. Johnson rolls out, under pressure, steps up, tight window, incomplete. Pass broken up, Blake Winters on the coverage. And Marion sent the pass rush 45, Caden Jacobs, after the quarterback, and maybe just hurried him up enough to make him get rid of that football.
Oh, yeah, he was a couple steps away from a sack. Johnson just escaped him, but, man, he didn't have much space to get that pass through.
Pass was intended for Hayden Harrell, number 1, a 5'9 senior. Could have been an interception right back if Johnson wasn't careful. So instead it's 3rd and 11. 2:50 to go in the first quarter. All tied up at 7 on the Watermark Auto Group scoreboard. We'll see how Carterville plays it here. 3rd and long from their own 44-yard line. I believe we have another timeout. No. Delay of game. Delay of game on Carterville. So we're going to be backed up another 5 yards.
5-yard penalty.
A couple of penalties now really hindering the Lions on this drive. Looked like they had momentum and a lot of things going for them, and just like that, they're back behind the line of scrimmage even more.
Gage Marion's got to get a stop here. 3rd and 16. A conversion here from Carterville will be a backbreaker. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Miller goes in motion. Johnson snaps his hands. Steps up. Wide open is number 28, Carson Davis, right near the marker. And if he didn't get it, it's going to be 4th and short.
It looks like he had Townsend and someone else wrapped him up. I think he's just short right there for that 4th.
Andre Jones also looked like he was in on the coverage. So 4th and short. How do you play this if you're Brett Dial?
Well, it looks like the center is coming off the field, so they might be punting.
Looks like number 7, Jamison Jones, will be back to punt. So Carterville will not gamble here. They'll punt it away to Marion. Marion doesn't have a man back. They're playing it safe here. There is a flag as it's a nice punt. Bounces straight up in the air. Takes a Carterville bounce and is down.
Oh, man, what a punt.
And that was a great punt and a great down by 61, Braden Morse. There is a flag, though, on the punt coverage.
He's signaling holding, it looks like.
So they asked Jason Dunning what he wants to do with the holding. False start. So they're going to make him re-punt it.
Yep.
So instead of being inside the 5, hope that this punt maybe at least is only at the 10. But yeah, what a good-looking punt that was from number 7, Jamison Jones, listed as a running back linebacker and apparently also a punter.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it again.
That's why you got to love high school football, Gage. Where else do you see a running back, linebacker, punter?
Right.
Jones stands at the 35. Line drive punt. This time, Junius Thomas is back, but he's going to watch it, and it will get down to about the 15, maybe the 16. We'll see where they spot it. And here comes Callahan-Roper in the Marion offense again. So the turnover did not result in points, and if you're Callahan-Roper's short-term memory, right, Gage, just to shake it off and get back out there.
Oh, yeah, got to move on to that next play. Forget about that one and try to have a successful series after the defense picked you up.
Yeah, big pickup there by the Marion defense for sure.
Marion will take over 1st and 10 from their own 17-yard
So they'll spot it at the 17, 1st and 10 from the 17, 1:43 to go in this opening quarter. Lots of action. We're all tied up at 7-7. We'll show you that first Carterville score next chance we get. We showed you the touchdown from big Alex Henry on the replay courtesy of Drew and Garrett Smith down on the sidelines for us tonight. Callahan Roper gets the snap, rolls out. He's got Hoffman. Hoffman on the screen pass. Tripped up right back near the original line of scrimmage, I believe. Not much going for him there. And now here comes another late flag, Gage.
Flag on the play.
And Dunning is not happy about it.
So is this one against Marion?
From Dunning's reaction, I kind of think it is.
So referee Jim Cowsen signaling the penalty.
And after a play like that, you definitely don't want that. Wasn't much of a play or a gain to begin with to just have it even brought back more.
Might have been a sideline warning. So Todd Bryant will spot the football. He walks it back. We're on the 17. They're going to go back to the 7. Or the 10.
Logan Hoffman on that last play. After the play, there's a flag. Flag on the play was unsportsmanlike conduct against the Wildcats.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Wildcat sideline. So Marion is backed up to 2nd and 20 now from the 10. Callahan Roper.
Oh, another flag.
Another flag. Referees are throwing the laundry out early tonight. Cleaning some stuff up early before it gets out of hand.
And after picking up that unsportsmanlike conduct, they got Marion's lineman right back out there.
Looks like they got a couple of free yards. So a little bit more manageable. 2nd and 13 from the 15. So 5-yard penalty on Carterville. Roper. He's got Hoffman again, and he's immediately, as soon as he caught the ball, greeted by Carterville's. I couldn't tell who that was. Was it number 1?
Yes, it was. That is Hayden Harrell back there on the stop.
Number 1 on number 1. And that's back-to-back receptions for Hoffman as we're under 1 minute to go here in the opening quarter. 3rd and 8.
You got to think here soon they're going to take a shot. All right, we've seen a lot of sideline out routes, and after these penalties are starting to pile up, I think you got to go for a big one here if you're the Wildcats.
You can feel it coming with 30 seconds to go here in the first quarter. We'll see if we get it. Roper, pump fakes. There it is. Deep ball. Junius Thomas through his hands, incomplete. Good pass coverage by Jack Dotson from Carterville.
And man, that was a good ball from Roper. Just wasn't able to get his hands wrapped around it. I said they were going to take a big shot, and man, did they try it.
A couple of Marion fans might have thought it was pass interference, but it was clean, good coverage. Dotson on the coverage, and he was all fired up on his big play, and now I think Marion might have to punt it right back to Carterville.
Yeah, quick 3 and out. Not how the Wildcats really wanted to close out this quarter.
23.6 on the clock. Looks like Roper will also double as the punter as he stands and will scoot back more into punting territory now. High snap. Roper goes and gets it. Now a line drive punt is going to be received by Dotson, who just made that big play on defense, and he's forced out of bounds with 13.8 seconds. And another sideline after the play flag comes flying in as more extracurricular action. And these coaches alluded to it in their comments. There was going to be some mouthing and some jawing back and forth tonight.
Yeah, and looked like there might have been a little bit of a late hit after he got out to the sideline. And again, these penalties, man, you just don't want them to compile. And after a drive like that, that's not what you want to see if you're Jason Dunning.
7-7 with 13.8 seconds to go here as the first quarter winds down. We'll see where they spot it after the penalty. Late hit is the call. Gage, good call on that one. As Carterville now heading into the second quarter will have maybe 1-2 more plays depending on where the clock gets stopped at the first, but they will have great field position as they still have a chance to retake the lead. Or take their first lead of the game, I should say. So they'll start on the Wildcats 23 as Johnson lines up in the shotgun. Claps his hands. Gives it to Miller, finds a hole across the middle. And that should be the last play of the first quarter. It was a first Southern Bank first down, so they will have to move the chains. We'll stop the clock momentarily. And now it's back on. The first quarter horn will sound, and after 1 quarter of play, we'll flip ends with Carterville and Marion all tied up at 7. This is the Swinford Media Group's production of live high school football here on the WFCN News Game of the Week and the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day production of live Marion high school football. Gage Johnson and I will be right back. Stay with us.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No-Locks. Tony No-Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley-Davidson. So Tony No-Locks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley-Davidson.
I'm excited to represent Southern Illinois when playing basketball for SIU, and it's important to me to give back to this region. That's important to Banterra Bank also, and it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a customer. They support their communities, and with their mobile app, I can check my accounts, make payments, and more, all on my time. Plus, they offer a Saluki Visa debit card that supports SIU scholarships and athletics. That was an easy win for me. Banterra Bank, official partner of Saluki Athletics.
We're back here live at Carterville where the second quarter gets underway with a Carterville quarterback keeper, and Johnson's into the end zone for 6. What a start to the second quarter as the quarterback kept it himself, and there's the cannon, another Carterville score, and the Lions have taken their first lead of the night.
I got to tell you what, if you're the Wildcats, that's the last thing you want to hear going off right now to start the quarter. That's 2 keepers for Johnson that's put him in the end zone, and those penalties, man, coming back to bite the Wildcats here early.
Yeah, what a home atmosphere this is for Carterville. It's bad enough to give up a score, and then you get the cannon coming off right after you're already dejected. And Carterville trying to make it a 14-7 lead as Carson Davis lines up for the point after. Left-footed point after. Hits the upright, no good. So we'll see if that plays a factor as the night goes along, as Carterville misses the point after, and it will be 13-7 when we come back with the kickoff. Carterville has taken their first lead of the night.
We want to help students when they come right out of high school, but we're also here for the adults. After high school, I went to my local community college, and after my first semester, realized that I wasn't quite ready to go to college. And I went back to work in construction for roughly about 15 years. And at the same time, I took classes at community college. It's this idea that you can go back to school at any time for anything, and that's what a community college does for you. That's what John A. Logan does for you.
So that was the first look at the first touchdown Carterville scored. They've now scored their second, and they lead 13-7 after a missed point after. We'll bring you a replay of the most recent score as soon as we get a chance, as Carterville has their first lead of the season, courtesy of a Andy Johnson quarterback sneak. Got off to the right, followed his blockers, and got into the end zone to give the Lions the lead for the first time tonight. So these two teams exchanged punts, and Carterville finally broke the tie, and now they kick it off, and it will be Max Wade bringing it out. Number 4 in white for the Wildcats as he gets out of bounds just near the 35-yard line, as Marion will work right to left as their offense, after a pretty well picture-perfect opening drive, Gage, has stalled the last couple possessions.
Oh, yeah, and it's not something that I think we expected early on. The defense was able to pick them up, but Marion just couldn't get the momentum back on their side. Look to see if Roper and the gang can kind of shake off the rust here this time around. And I think we got to see both Marion kind of control their emotions a little bit more, too. Seems like they've gotten a little bit too amped up, and some of these unsportsmanlikes are really piling up to come back and bite them.
Absolutely. Handoff now to Hazel. He gets through the middle. Couple yards on 1st and 10 from the 36.
Roper hands off to number 26, Marcus Hazel.
Marcus Hazel, the running back. So we'll see how the depth chart shakes out. 5'7", 200-pound junior Marcus Hazel. We saw him a little bit last year when he was a sophomore. 2-yard pickup there for him. 2 receivers out to the right for Roper. Number 2 on his white Marion jersey, white pants, tall white socks, blue and gold Jordan high top sneakers as he hands it off. This time it's Winters and nothing there for him. Blake Winters, we saw him a lot last year. He was a player of a game from the Hub Recreation Center, 6'1", 180-pound senior. One of these kind of Swiss Army knife players that the Wildcats always seem to have. And all of a sudden, Gage, 3rd down.
Oh, yeah, the Lions D-line is giving the Wildcats fits. They really need to get some passing game going to open up the ground game for them.
3rd and 9. Swing pass out to Thomas. Tries to make a couple guys miss, and he's going to be short of the 1st down marker. Brought down near the 45-yard line, and it'll be 4th and short. And we'll see what Coach Dunning and the Wildcats do, trailing by 6, 10:25 to go. Marion did get the ball first. So Carterville will have the ball when we start the second half. But that's a long way away. We don't even want to talk about that yet.
Oh, yeah. And, man, I tell you what, though, you want to see the Wildcats try to get a little bit more aggressive here on offense. After a drive like that, you want to kind of throw a punch right back, and some short passes coming up here. Now they're going to have to make a big play if they're going to get this 1st down.
With the big play coming up, 4th and 3, they're going to use a timeout to talk it over. The Wildcats will talk it over. We'll be back with a big 4th down when we return. This is the Marion Star and WFCN Game of the Week.
Hi, I'm Tyler Young with the Print Shop here in Marion. We're on the square. We just got done doing some perforated vinyl here at Swinford Publications. So this is the vinyl that you can see out, but people can't see in, and it gives a nice little look and feel to a number of different kinds of businesses. So come see us at the Print Shop. We're at 1112 North Carbon, next to AutoZone behind Hardee's.
We're back here live at Carterville where the Wildcats come out of their timeout with the big 4th and 3.
Oh. Well, I tell you what, he beat his defender.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
Oh, man. Not the way you want to, you're down to go there.
Offsides on Marion, sets up 4th and 9, and I think that changes the play call now as they're going to be forced to punt. Rugby-style punt. Takes a Marion roll, and Carterville's going to watch it, and Sam Adkins will down it at about the 25-yard line, I believe.
Number 2, Callahan Roper with the kick.
Hey, Aaron. I don't think the Starlink's working right now.
Roper's punt rolls to the 20-yard line. Lions will begin their drive 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line.
So Carterville will be on the 20 as we start this new drive. The camera's like froze and the internet's not working on my laptop, Aaron.
He's looking at it.
Andy Johnson hands off number 10, Jonathan Miller.
It did?
It couldn't have come unplugged.
No.
Okay, it says online
now. Okay.
Miller on the 22-yard run picks up a
Yeah, there it goes.
Lions first down.
So Miller on first down picks up another first down, and so it's 1st and 10 now from the 42. The camera still froze.
Katie Johnson on the quarterback keeper, brought down by number 44, Hudson Wade.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi's working, but since we're not putting out anything right now, it's froze.
At the line, 2nd and 10 for the Lions.
Just the camera runs off my phone on the Wi-Fi. We might just need to reset it.
How do I do that?
Here, try to. You better just call Ross. Can you pull up Ross?
Yeah.
After a brief technical difficulty there, we're back. Carterville had a timeout. Their drive stalled. We didn't miss much action as Carterville now had to punt with 7:27 to go here in the first half. We do apologize. We had some week 1 technical difficulties there, but we are back rolling now as Marion will retake the field. So their defense comes up key again after the offense let them down. The defense gets a stop and kept it just a 1-possession game there, Gage.
Then you got to find a way to build off of that. If Marion's defense can keep getting these big stops up together, you got to find a way to string some drives together. Look for the offense to make some big plays this time around.
They set up shop 1st and 10 from the 24. 3 receivers out to the right, 2 on the bottom of your screen. Roper alone in the backfield as he stands at the 18 in the shotgun. With time. Plenty of protection. He finds Junius Thomas streaking across the middle. Junius Thomas across the 50, and there's the big play the Wildcats needed, Gage.
And a huge play with pressure, too. Roper was, swarmed in the backfield afterwards, and that was just what the Wildcats needed. And let's see if they can string some plays together to build off of that.
Roper's Thomas's helmet came off, so he has to come off at least for one play. And it's 1st and 10 now from the 50. 3 receivers out to the right. Atkins alone on the bottom of the screen. Roper steps up once Adkins in the single coverage, and they had them all covered up. As that was the matchup they wanted, they just could not connect.
I like it, though. You see him trying to take some more shots. I mean, that last play, that was the biggest gain of yards on a pass from Roper since that touchdown early on.
Marion trying to at least tie it before the half. It will be Carterville ball to start the second half. We've got 7 minutes to go before halftime. We'll have our Johnny Logan College halftime show. We'll talk about some stats brought to you, as always, by Kemper CPA Group, LLP. 2 receivers out to the right for Roper. Stands on the 45. Gives to Blake Winters. Stumbles forward, picks up a couple yards. Positive gain there for Blake Winters out of the backfield.
Off to number 10, Blake Winters of the Wildcats.
Chipping away. We'll see how Marion manages the clock. Marion really doesn't have the kind of offense where they can take about a 6-minute drive and keep the ball till halftime. So they just got to play within their rhythm and get Callahan Roper going again. Play action. There's Junius Thomas again on the swing route. Picks up the first down. Follows his blockers. Still on his feet. Carterville comes swarming. They blow it dead, and Brett Dials fired up. He thought there was a flag that the referees missed in the backfield, as Thomas again on this drive, it comes up huge, and Junius Thomas, an early candidate for our first Hub Recreation Center player of the game.
And those types of plays are exactly what you're talking about when you want to say getting Callahan going. That's going to be big.
Play blown dead. And it looks like we might have a timeout. Carterville is going to use a timeout. So Carterville will use their last timeout of the half, and Brett Dial still talking to Jim Cowsen about the missed penalty he thought they didn't call. But Carterville will have a timeout. It'll be 1st and 10, Marion from the 20 when we come back. Marion trying to tie it before the half here on our game of the week.
Welcome to Wit Wisdom, located at 202 North Market in downtown Marion, Illinois. We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5. Stop in and check out our spirit wear, custom tees, embroidery services, and more, all in a historical boutique setting. Check us out anytime online at www.witandwisdomstore.com.
Here we go after the timeout. It's 1st and 10 from the 20. Marion knocking on the door of scoring and tying or taking the lead on the extra point. Marcus Hazel, the ball carrier on the far sideline.
And right there, you're seeing those passing plays starting to reap the benefits in the run game. Right there, if you can get Roper going, that opens the door up for Hazel and Winters to try and find the ways to gain some ground.
Roper scrambles. Under pressure. He's got to get rid of it. Another pick. Johnny Miller, the running back, lining up a defensive back, picked off that, and that had danger written all over it, Gage, as Roper was in trouble, and he had to throw it away, and he threw it right in the hands of the Carterville defensive back in blue, and another turnover, the second of the night for Callahan Roper.
And that's one of those you just got to launch out of bounds. I know you're trying to make a play there, but you got to realize you don't have anything and get rid of that ball before it turns into something like that.
So Carterville with the chance to add to its lead, or at least milk the clock and keep the ball out of Carterville's hands, as the Lion offense is back on the field with 13 points, leading Marion here early in the first half of this Week 1 Williamson County bragging rights game. Standing room only crowd, people standing out here on the concourse. A full house here at Lions Field in Carterville. Miller just had that big pick, and instead it was Johnson, the quarterback keeper, number 6, on the quarterback draw play. So Carterville really doesn't need to get in a big hurry here, Gage. They can really use some clock. They don't have any timeouts, but the score is in their favor, and they will get the ball to start the second half.
Oh, yeah, and they've run the ball plenty tonight, so I expect them to try to really run this clock down and not really give Marion another chance to do anything on the offensive side before the half ends.
Clock running and approaching the 5-minute mark. 2nd and 2 from the 25 now for Carterville. Couple in motion. Johnson swings it out to the outside. Good block there. Got the receiver Hayden Harrell free for some extra yards. I believe they do pick up the first down before he went out of bounds. They say he did stay inbound, so the clock will run. First down brought to you by First Southern Bank, and a new set of downs for the Lions, holding a 13-7 lead.
It'll be interesting to see. The Wildcats have made some big stops defensively so far tonight. They're going to need another one on this drive right here.
Both of these teams got out early with scores on their first possessions, but since then it's kind of been back and forth, more of a defensive struggle after what it looked like was going to be a shootout. They give it to Miller, and he rumbles through the middle for a couple yards. He just had that big pick. Now he gets a handoff, rewarding the number 10, Jonathan Miller, 5'11 junior.
You want to talk about confidence. He's got it all going right now after that.
Absolutely.
Miller picks up about 6 yards. He was brought down by number 45, Caden Jacobs, and number 85, Alex Henry.
Henry and Jacobs on the coverage for Marion. 6-yard pickup for Miller. Johnson looks to pass, under pressure, steps up, across the middle, dangerous pass with 2 defenders on the intended receiver, Drake Cappy, and it was Max Wade and Blake Winters sliding in to break that up.
In a tight window that Johnson tried to fit it through, just wasn't able to get it, but a nice job by the Marion defensive line to really give Johnson a lot of pressure that he hasn't seen too much tonight.
Johnson, a 3-year starter at linebacker with limited reps at quarterback, coming into his first varsity start here tonight for the Lions. Standing in at 5'8", 170, undersized quarterback. He's had a nice first half, had a rushing touchdown to give the Lions the lead. They go back to Miller. Bunch of white jerseys there to wrap him up. Needed 4, looks like he got about 2, and it will be 4th and short with just about 3.5 minutes to go here in this first half.
Yeah, Marion doesn't have an answer for him right now. I mean,
he did pick up the first down. Wow.
There was a big scrum there in the middle, but he trucked somebody. I don't know who it was on the receiving end there, but the Madden truck stick was flipped up right there.
From where we are up here, it looked like he was short, but it did get enough yards for the first down, and the Lions will have a new series of downs. 1st and 10 from, the scoreboard says the 9, but that's not right. The 39. As they give it back to him. Why not? Spinning. Nice tackle there by Marcus Hazel, 26, before Miller could break one.
I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but man, Miller's got it going right now. What a nice spin move right there that was to get a couple extra yards for the Lions.
It was 25 Townsend on the coverage. Hudson Wade, 44, and Evan Francis, 56, also in on the coverage. Pick up a 5, though. Johnson claps his hands. Steps up, looking. And Francis had the initial hit, and then finishing him off was Hudson Wade, who celebrates the sack.
That's probably the biggest play for the Wildcats so far tonight. A couple huge gains for the Lions, and right there, that was a nice tackle to bring them back some.
Yeah, if you can get penetration against this Carterville offensive line, you're doing something right, because a big offensive line, Coach Dial called the line his strength heading into this season, and some big guys making it hard on Marion's D-line tonight. But it's now 3rd and 9, and another big third down if Marion's defense can get off the field and give the Wildcat offense just about 2 minutes before the half.
It looks like Smith was trying to keep himself off the ground from getting a penalty, and that allowed Marion to kind of open things up on that other side.
Quarterback keeper, nothing there for him, and so a big stop there. Marion with 2 timeouts. We'll see if they use one here, and they will. Dunning comes out and calls one. So with 1:36 to go in the first half, the Wildcats appear to have forced a punt. They'll stop the clock and try to give their offense about 1:30 to work. We'll be back with the punt when we return. This is the Marion Star and WFCN News Game of the Week, brought to you by the Swinford Media Group.
Evan Francis
Hi, I'm Joni, Director at Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes. When you're faced with loss, it's comforting to know that someone who understands your pain is here to help. That's why I brought Blue and Mitchell Hughes Funeral Homes back under local ownership alongside Binkley-Ross Funeral Home. We've been serving Marion and Williamson County families with compassion and care for years, and we know how important it is to feel supported in your time of need. If you have questions or concerns about your previous arrangements, we're here to support you with understanding and kindness. You can always rely on us for honesty, respect, and care you deserve. Marion is not only my home, Marion is my heart.
We're back here live at Lions Field as the Lions will line up for a punt on 4th and 6. With 1:36 to go in the first half, a good timeout usage there by Coach Jason Dunning to force this punt and give their offense a chance. Low snap. Thomas back to receive for the Wildcats. Jamius Jones doing the punting, and Thomas will bring it out, and he's had a few big plays in this game, and here's another as he runs it all the way back to about the original line of scrimmage, and Marion's offense will have great field position with 1:22 before the break. One more timeout as well.
Picked up by number 11,
And if you're the Wildcats, I think you just got to keep feeding the beast right now. Thomas is on a roll on the offensive side. Made the decision there to pick up that punt late, but man, did he make something out of it.
49-yard line.
So they punted it from the 44.
10 from the Carterville 49.
They get back to the 49. So just a net gain of 5 yards there for Carterville on the punt. Thomas with a great return. Marion lines up in the shotgun. Roper, who's had 2 picks tonight, trying to shake it off here and lead a touchdown drive before the half. A point after would give him the lead. Roper gets back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe a yard or 2 gained, and he's brought down. That time might have learned from his mistake talking to quarterback coach Matt Brown on the far sideline. He just tucked it in and took one.
And time's not on their side, so now the Wildcats are going to have to kind of figure out something quick here.
They do have the type of offense that can work quickly. 2-yard pickup, 2nd and 8. They have their sights on the end zone more than the first down. 2 receivers to the left for Roper, 1 out to the right. Looking, wants the deep ball. Oh, what an effort, but not there for Blake Winters. Just slightly overthrown as Blake Winters gave it his all, hitting the turf hard, and now it's 3rd and 8 with 44.9 seconds.
And man, was the timing of that play perfect. He had the both D-backs beat there, hit the sideline hard. The pass was just out of reach. What a catch that would have been.
Good read there by Roper. That was probably the right pass, just a little bit out of the reach of Winters. Roper gives out the instructions. 4 receiver set. Roper stands on the Carterville C at midfield. With time, slings it across the middle and too short for Junius Thomas, and we'll see if this is 4-down territory.
Interesting little sidearm throw right there.
Intended for number 11, Junius Thomas.
Marion will use its last time out. So with a 4th and 8 looming, they're going to talk it over. 41.1 seconds to go before the half. Carterville still leads 13-7.
Do you feel like your business is sinking in accounting and payroll work? Are business taxes and confusing technology dragging you down? Call the experts at Kemper CPA Group. We'll answer your questions and give you the tools to keep your business afloat.
We're back here live at Carterville after a Marion timeout. The Wildcats will line up. It looks like they're going to go for it on a big 4th down here before the half. A do-or-die situation for the Wildcats, trying to make something happen and keep in this game as the Lions are set to have the ball when we come back. Roper looked like he might punt. Instead, he slings it out to Hoffman for the 1st down. Without a timeout, they got to get up to the line.
I think he got out of bounds there on that.
They stop it with 35.2 seconds at least to move the chains. We'll see if they turn it back on after the chains are set. A first Southern Bank first down at the time the Wildcats needed it the most. A new set of downs, 35 seconds to go before the break. Roper working quickly. Scrambles, rolls out to his left. He's got Sam Atkins who makes two guys miss. Turns on the Jets. Atkins, he's going to tie it. 13-all. Sam Atkins from 47 yards. And it's Roper to Atkins, the dynamic connection we've seen for 3 years, right when the Wildcats needed it the most.
Oh, what a jolt of electricity right there for the Wildcats. Both Lions defenders expected him to go sideline, looked to hit him hard, and man, did he make them both whiff.
And Atkins is the one after using the Jets that's now going to come out and kick the point after Gage.
And that missed PAT earlier from the Lions, it could pay off right here for the Wildcats.
After all that, you can go into halftime with the lead. This is how Marion lined up a year ago. They kind of start with this funky formation out to the left, four guys out to the right with Roper, and then they all come running back to the line. This is the way they lined up last year. I know you've probably never seen that before, Gage, but that's pretty customary for the Wildcats on special teams. Here's Atkins for a chance to give Marion the lead before the break. Snap, the kick, plenty of distance, and it's through the uprights. And after Marion played probably the worst half that they could have imagined to that point, with 25.6 seconds left, the Wildcats all of a sudden have taken a 1-point lead here on the road in week one.
Talk about making the big plays when you needed it most. Just like it looked like you were going to go into halftime with Carterville having all the momentum. Atkins taking some ankles with him back to the end zone.
Yeah, made two guys miss, turned on the Jets, got loose for the touchdown, then turned around and gave him the extra point. Sam Atkins all of a sudden is a candidate for a Hub Recreation Center player of the game.
One-man wrecking crew getting that PAT to take the lead too. How about it?
Don't you wish you could have him in fantasy? Think about all those points. We're going to try to bring you a replay. Looks like our sideline crew got it right as Atkins made both guys miss. And check this one out, Gage. As Roper rolls out, Atkins gets it. 1, 2 guys miss, and he turned on the Jets. And that's a play that we might see later in our play of the game. Sam Atkins from Callahan Roper, and Marion holding a 14-13 lead after the point after. And now he's going to kick it off. He does it all. Number 7 in white, Sam Atkins, back from a broken collarbone a year ago, kicks it away. Johnny Miller is going to bring it out. 25 seconds and counting as Carterville will return this kick, and Miller's brought down. Nice special teams coverage there by the Wildcats, and all of a sudden you forget about the turnovers and those miscues.
Oh yeah, and now's the time to make one more big stand. Really go into the locker room feeling good about how you came out despite not having the sharpest half on the offensive side.
Sophomore Evan Masterson, number 18, and number 23, Jaden Twitty, a junior, on the special teams coverage there for the Wildcats. Holding Miller at the 25, and it looks like we have an injured Lion on the play. He's receiving some medical attention, so we'll step aside just for a quick second.
Hi, Wildcat fans. I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
So the Lions down it, so that will do it for the first half. After one half of play here in week one, we've got a ball game. It's just a missed extra point separating these two teams. Marion 14, Carterville 13. Gage and I will be back with our Johnny Logan College Why Would You Go Anywhere Else halftime show. Don't you go anywhere else, as we will be back to talk it over. An action-packed first half. Plenty of things to talk about when we come back This is the Marion Star and WFCN News Game of the Week. We'll be right back.
Welcome you back. The coaches at Crown Brew getting coffee.
Since 1999, Clark Natural Stone is a family-owned business that strives to not only offer you the best selection of rock and mulch in the country, but also provide you with the best service. Clark Natural Stone Slinger Truck is a great option when you need rock, sand, or gravel placed in an area not easily accessible to a conventional dump bed. To schedule your delivery or to ask any questions, call 618-997-3889 or visit our website, clarknaturalstone.com.
Contact Kenya Garner for an auto quote today.
Week 1 of the high school football season kicks off as the Marion Wildcats take on the Carterville Lions under the Friday night lights. Watch the full game here on WFCN Game of the Week and the Wildcat Gameday Presentation, brought to you by Swinford Media Group, Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Kenya Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, State Bank of Whittington, City of Herrin, City of Cessna, Dr. Sam C. Mitchell and Associates, Herrin Unit 4 Schools, Johnston City Unit 1 Schools, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique.
It's halftime here at Carterville, where Marion leads 14-13, courtesy of a Sam Atkins touchdown reception and extra point as the first half was winding down to give Marion the momentum back heading into the locker room. But what an action-packed first half it was, Gage, as we saw some good offense. We saw some good defense. We saw some good special teams and lots of flags and everything in between. But after 1.5, when the dust settled, these two teams were pretty well even.
Oh, yeah. Missed an extra point, the only difference maker, with both sides making some key plays. It looked like we were going to get a shootout early on. You had that 53-yard play action to Henry to get things going. A minute and a half into the game with Marion taking that 7-0 lead. Had a good first series for Roper. Had a third down conversion for that touchdown. Your first third down of the year, you get a touchdown. You can't beat that.
Right. Yeah, Carterville came right back, and they answered back with one of their own, and all of a sudden it was 7-7, and that cannon was going off, and we knew we were in for a ball game.
Yeah, and the cannon might have rattled the Wildcats a little bit, because right after that, Roper followed up a big third down conversion with his first pick of the season.
Right.
And then it looked like Carterville was kind of going to gain something off of it, but a huge play after they had that slip screen that would have put them on the goal line got called all the way back, and you didn't see anything really come from that. And it wasn't until the second quarter we saw someone come through the end zone again.
Yeah, Carterville led for most of that second quarter, and it wasn't until Marion, with about 25 seconds left, finally took the lead, Gage.
Oh, yeah. I actually got through that second quarter. You had Johnson, another keeper. Both touchdowns for the Lions have been from Johnson on keeper play. But that missed PAT, at the time you said it yourself, you're like, maybe that'll play a factor.
Right.
It did. It looked like the Wildcats just didn't have things going offensively, really. And then there, just at the end, a huge play, nice punt return from Thomas, got from the 44 to their own 49. And then not long after that, Atkins decided to make the defenders drop it low.
Yeah, there it is. 1-2 guys missed, turned on the Jets. A couple other guys at the end missed as well. He was fired up. He was celebrating, and we were all tied at 13, and then he booted it through to give him the lead.
Oh, yeah. How about that for Atkins? A little player of the game watch right there.
Absolutely.
Get the lead and put the lead up on the board yourself. What a way to get in the end zone with your feet in multiple ways.
We talked about in the pregame, so much of what we talked about was Callahan Roper, one of the best quarterbacks in the state, been to the Manning Passing Academy, on the watch list from Sports Illustrated coming into the senior season. Not the start for a senior season he probably dreamt about, Gage, but 2 picks, and as bad as he probably felt he played, you look up and you lead at halftime.
Yeah, you have a rough half offensively. This is the perfect example of just having a short-term memory. You just you got to come out of the locker room going, okay, I have the lead now. It's not this is what I did wrong. Oh man, how do I get out of this rut? No, there's no rut to dig yourself out of anymore. You're up 14-13 thanks to that big play from Atkins and then the PAT. So now you got to feel pretty energized if you're Marion coming out of the locker room.
The third member of our team tonight's Aaron Price. He's down on the sidelines. Aaron, what do you have for us here at halftime at Carterville?
Yeah, we're here at halftime down at Lions Field, and man, it has been a very electric game so far. Just 1 point difference here as we head into the second half at Lions Field. The Marion Wildcats holding a 14-13 lead over the Carterville Lions. Seemed like the Lions had all of the momentum throughout the first half of this game. They had a big interception, but Callahan Roper was able to find a guy late in this game here in the first half, and that is why we see the score that we see right now on the board. So very energetic game. Of course, we mentioned that cannon all night long. Carterville with this big home crowd here to support them. We'll see what happens as we go into the second half. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Aaron, for all your hard work here tonight. We've got Gage Johnson to my right. We've got Garrett and Drew Smith down on the field. Aaron Price, the other member of our team. This is the WFCN News Marion Star Game of the Week, powered by the Swinford Media Group. We've got about 6 more minutes here at halftime. The Pride of the Lions Marching Band doing their halftime show. We're going to take another quick break and hear from our sponsors. Gage and I will be back to talk a little bit more on our Johnny Logan College halftime show right after this.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No Locks. Tony No Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley Davidson. So Tony Nolocks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley Davidson.
My name's Craig Beyer. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Been doing that for 33 years. I grew up in Wisconsin on a farm, and my dad had a masonry business. And orthopedics is really a good focus because I was trained as a bricklayer, and orthopedic surgery is very similar. Everything's have to be plumbing levels. That skill set I learned as a bricklayer mason, I use actually on a daily basis doing orthopedic surgery. Orthopedic surgery really involves treatment of the musculoskeletal system, which includes extremities, spine. We work with bones, joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, etc. We provide both surgical and non-surgical management for musculoskeletal conditions. In fact, about 1 out of 10 patients I see in the clinic actually come to surgery. The other 9 out of 10 we can treat and manage non-surgically. I don't require referrals. Patients can come to see me straight away. My philosophy, again, is optimize non-surgical treatment before I perform surgery. Once I do surgery, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist. My wife gives me a hassle. If I'm in the room and this picture on the wall is crooked, I will fix it, even in your house. I think part of that is the masonry background, because everything's got to be, again, plumb level and as close to perfect as you can achieve. You can shoot for perfection, accept excellence. That's my rule.
We're back here live at halftime where Marion holds a slim 14-13 lead. Still anybody's ball game. Big standing room crowd here at Lions Field. We appreciate you joining us here tonight as well. Wherever you may be watching, let us know in the comments below who you're supporting, who you're rooting for, and where you're watching from. Now, as our Johnny Logan College halftime show continues, let's go inside the numbers. As always, back for another season, our loyal stats sponsor, Kemper CPA Group LLP, bringing us the stats. As always, Gage, you've got some halftime stats for us?
Oh, yeah, and we got a little bit of everything on the Marion side. Yeah, you know, Roper's got the 2 passing touchdowns, but he's also got the 2 picks with Adkins and I think it was Thomas on the and Henry on the receiving end of those 2 Marion touchdowns. While on the Lions side, it was Johnson taking the show offensively. While he's had some big plays kind of throughout the game, it was his 2 keepers that have put the Lions in the end zone multiple times.
Those were our halftime stats brought to you by Kemper CPA Group LLP. This is our Johnny Logan College. Why would you go anywhere else? Halftime show. As our halftime show continues, let's go ahead and talk about the weeks ahead. We talked about it a little bit in our pregame show. But here's a look at Marion's upcoming schedule. Of course, here tonight at Carterville, next week at home at Granite City. And Gage, you've been outside the area for a couple of years. Be feeling good to get back to Wildcat Stadium and see a Marion home football game.
Oh, yeah, nothing beats that atmosphere. And, you know, the Wildcat fans and the Marion Maniacs always show out for a good home game.
They'll have 2 in a row. Mount Vernon will be in town the following week. It's always a good one. In South 7 play when the Rams and Wildcats get together. And then an old familiar foe, September 19th. Gage, we're going back to your old stomping grounds. We're going up to Belleville, and we'll see the Althoff Crusaders.
Oh, yeah, and then that'll be a battle from start to finish. Going to be interesting to see how the Wildcats can grow leading up into that game, because that'll be a big test to see where they're at kind of mid-season.
Last year it felt like we made 100 trips up to the Metro East. This year will be more at home, as Cahokia will come to us this year, and then we'll go to Centralia for our last visit to see the Orphans before they leave the South 7 Conference. And then October 10th, Collinsville comes to town for homecoming. Gage, the last time Collinsville spanked us 56-0 on our own homecoming. So, you know, they've got that game circled as a chance to get some revenge on the K-Hawks.
Oh, yeah, you can only imagine what they're hoping to accomplish this time around on homecoming. And that's one of those games where homecoming can be a big momentum builder kind of going in towards that end of the season.
And then we'll be at Carbondale. It's always a good one in South 7 play when the Wildcats and Carbondale get together. You can throw the records and everything else out the window. And then we'll be at home for senior night, week 9, and we'll hope to play on from there, hoping for some week 10 and so forth action into the IHSA postseason. On the other side, a look at Carterville's schedule real quick. Carterville, of course, members of the River to River Conference. They'll have Nashville at home here next week. Then they'll go to Charleston. That'll be a big step up for the Lions going up to Charleston. Then they'll make the short trip over to Herrin and see the Tigers. They'll host Hopkinsville, Kentucky, a team Marion saw a few years back. Then they'll host Harrisburg and Massac in back-to-back weeks before finishing on the road at Murphy and at AJ.
Back-to-back weeks against Tigers right there in the middle of Herrin and Hopkinsville.
Hoptown, yeah.
Hoptown's no slouch when it comes to football either out in the Kentucky area.
They'll be making the trip up here. That's your old area over there in western Kentucky. So we'll see if the Lions, Brett Dial said they wanted to schedule up, and indeed they did. So we'll see if they're up for the test this year. That will do it for our Johnny Logan College Why Would You Go Anywhere Else halftime show. Gage and I will have the start of the second half right after this.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful. I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
We want to help students when they come right out of high school, but we're also here for the adults. After high school, I went to my local community college, and after my first semester, realized that I wasn't quite ready to go to college. And I went back to work in construction for roughly about 15 years. And at the same time, I took classes at community college. It's this idea that you can go back to school at any time for anything, and that's what a community college does for you. That's what John A. Logan does for you.
Your dream wedding gown awaits at Blush & Ivory Bridal, the most recommended bridal boutique in Southern Illinois. At Blush & Ivory, you won't be lost in the crowd. With every private appointment, the entire boutique is yours. Just you, your loved ones, and your personal stylist. Together, you'll discover a curated selection of gowns, veils, and accessories to create the bridal look you've always imagined. And say yes to the dress that brings out the bride in you. Schedule your private appointment today at Blush & Ivory Bridal, 307 North Market Street in Marion. Call 618-882-926.
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boys Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boys Trash Service.
We're back here live at Carterville getting ready for the start of the second half. They put a little bit extra time up there for warm-ups and stretching, but we're just about ready to go here for the third quarter. It'll be Carterville ball as Marion will kick it off to start the second half. And Carterville had the momentum and they gave it back to Marion right before the break. If you're Carterville's coach, Brett Dial, you got to reemphasize the things that worked that half. I mean, they played with Marion, a school almost twice their size, for the entire half and actually led, and we're in a position to go into halftime with the lead, barring that last 25 seconds. So the message at halftime had to be, keep your heads up, we're right here, let's go back and re-get that lead.
Right. I mean, you got to go into this half thinking, honestly, that you played the better half.
Right. No turnovers.
A lot of miscues, no turnovers. Those miscues led to points for them, and Marion's got to come out of this also with a different mindset, kind of thinking, okay, you know, we had a rough half, but we still came out with the lead. So now we've got to build on that.
We start the second half with a kick out of bounds. That'll be a penalty, so they'll get the ball at the 35. Sam Atkins with just a little bit too much juice on that one. And Carterville will take the penalty and line up at the 35 for their first series of this second half. Down one, 14-13 on our Watermark Auto Group scoreboard. We'll see what adjustments this Wildcat defense made at halftime, as they didn't really give up the one standout big play, but they really just could not get off the field. Carterville converted a lot of third down conversions and really kept drives alive when Marion could have finished it off.
Yeah, and you can thank that to a lot of their ground game, whether it was Jones or Miller, just really keeping the Lions kind of moving forward with that strong line.
Speaking of, they go right to him to start the second half. And a burst of speed right through the middle, and that O-line for Carterville made another big hole, and Miller sprinted right through it, and Carterville with the positive play to start the second half.
Yeah, and what a test week one to deal with a line like the Lions have if you're Marion. It's got to be something that's got to, you think, help you with the bigger schools going forward.
Another run play on second down, so an emphasis coming out of the half. It was the quarterback this time, Johnson, keeping it himself on the quarterback keeper, more than enough for a First Southern Bank first down. And there was another push from that O-line, and it looks like Carterville might have talked about keeping it on the ground more to start the second half.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, you don't want to keep running through time, but I mean, if you're going to find your way into the end zone, you might as well keep going to it.
Another running play. Marion did a better job on the coverage. This time, a lot of white jerseys swarming to the ball. Looked like the number 9. There's another quarterback keeper by Johnson, Braden Brown. Sorry, that's Carterville. Number 9, Aiden Broomfield for Marion with the coverage.
And you got to think, from what I'd imagine, it looks like Dial's maybe trying to wear out that Wildcat defense a little bit early. You know, they had some big plays throughout that first half. You keep it on the ground here and kind of ground and pound, truthfully, and maybe kind of wear them out here early on might be the game plan for the Lions.
It's Miller and Johnson exclusively 4 running plays to start the second half. Blake Winters on the coverage, 2-yard pickup. All of a sudden we're at 3rd and short here, and you would expect a running play, but as soon as I say that, I'm sure the announcer's jinx will set in and it'll be a pass. But like you said, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Lions go to here.
3rd and 1 from the Marion 34, down 1, 14-13. Johnson under center. They hand it off, and Marion's D-line was up for the challenge that time as there was a push immediately back from the Marion D-line as they gave it to Carter Jones. So they mixed it up and gave it to Jones, and nothing there for him. No gain, maybe a loss.
Huge play by the Wildcats, and looks like Johnson wants to see him kind of keep going for it if it's up to him. Be interesting to see if they try to test the Wildcats one more time at 4th and 1. Might as well. Not much room to punt right now.
Fourth and 1. Big play on this drive to start the second half. Carterville and Coach Dunning, after they sent the O-line for a shift, uses a timeout, and he's fired up and upset with his defense on the far sideline. So Marion burned a timeout. We'll see if they need that timeout later in this game, as just about 2.5 minutes into this half, they've already called a timeout. We'll take one as well. Big 4th down when we return here live from the Swinford Media Group.
Do you feel like your business is sinking in accounting and payroll work? Are business taxes and confusing technology dragging you down? Call the experts at Kemper CPA Group. We'll answer your questions and give you the tools to keep your business afloat.
I haven't logged into my app yet.
I'll leave my pen right here if you need to write them down or anything.
We're back here live at Carterville from Lions Field. A big 4th down after a Marion timeout coming up here as Carterville's faced with a 4th and 1 from the Marion 33. A successful drive has stalled, and we'll see what Marion does here after the timeout. Marion fills the box and several guys up to the line. Good old-fashioned smash mouth football, and Carterville gets the first down, a First Southern Bank first down, and the drive will stay alive as the battle between the two lines was won by Carterville.
Yeah, like I said, Carterville really trying to test that Wildcat defense here early, really letting them know, hey, we're going to take it to you right now.
That was Johnson on the quarterback keeper picking up the first down, and now it's 1st and 10 from the 28. Under 9 minutes to go here in the 3rd. Johnson works under center. He's been more under center this half. Play action. Rolls out. Hit right into the Marion sideline right near Coach Dunning on the far side. That's Dunning in the yellow there. He's fired up as usual.
Caden Jacobs with a big hit right there.
Yeah, we could hear that over here. We're on the opposite sideline, sitting in the top row with our setup. And that was a big hard hit, nothing dirty, just good old-fashioned football on first down after Carterville picked up the first down on the ground. They tried to catch Marion off guard with a pass play, and it nearly worked, but a big hit there.
Nice play after that conversion. Hope to see Marion kind of build those together if you're Dunning and company over there on the sideline.
Loss of 1 on the play, 2nd and 11. Now out of the shotgun. Play action again. Johnson's going to tuck it in and keep it. And a big tackle there, number 25 in white, Quintarius Townsend. The 6-foot senior.
Johnson on the quarterback keeper.
That's what you want to see if they're the Wildcats, right? You stop the ground game. It limits the kind of mixing up of plays or tricks you can kind of pull out of your sleeve if you're the Lions and Dial here.
Another 3rd down, 3rd and 10. Marion's defense trying to get off the field.
They've killed a lot of time with this drive, though.
Yeah, nearly a 5-minute drive to start the second half. Carterville trying to finish with points and retake the lead. 3 receivers out to the left for Johnson, who stands on the 35-yard line. He's got Miller next to him. Now he drops back to pass across the middle. Wide open, number 2. Picking up a First Southern Bank first down is Drake Cappy. And again, Gage, the Marion defense just can't finish off the drive, and it looks like Cappy is banged up, maybe a cramp.
Yeah, big hit, but it comes after getting the first down. Those are the type of plays that if you're the Wildcats, you got to string them together in order to get the offense back on the field.
We'll take a timeout for this injury break. Carterville trying to retake the lead when we come back.
Welcome to Wit Wisdom, located at 202 North Market in downtown Marion, Illinois. We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5. Stop in and check out our spirit wear, custom tees, embroidery services, and more, all in a historical boutique setting. Check us out anytime online at www.witandwisdomstore.com.
We're back here live at Carterville at Lions Field. Injured Lion Drake Cappy helped off the field under his own power. And now we've got 1st and 10 inside the 20. Carterville working inside the red zone, trying to retake the lead. 3 receivers out to the left. They give it to Miller. He tries to get along the right end, and it's Alex Henry, the big senior, scored a touchdown earlier in this game. Now a big stop there. One of Marion's all-time leading defenders. First time we've read his name in a while tonight. He's got to pick up Marion's defense as their backs against the wall here on the 16.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, if you're Dial, you're extremely pleased with how this drive has started the half. I mean, this has been the drive of the half, and we're nearing the halfway mark, and the Wildcats haven't been able to put them to bed.
About a 6-minute drive already. Little swing pass out to the left. Hayden Harrell's got it. Now thrown back towards the line of scrimmage marker. Blake Winters and company in on the coverage for the Wildcats. Look like Malachi Cooper, Junius Thomas, Malachi Cooper all near the ball as usual. And if you're Carterville, you got to finish off this drive with points. After the missed point after earlier, like you said, Gage, you're not sure if they've got enough strength to kick a field goal. Now there's an injured Wildcat slow to get up. So we've got another injury timeout. Let's go ahead and talk about some scores from around the region while they tend to the injured Wildcat.
Oh, yeah, you got Johnson City up against Carmi 46-0. Another blowout over here, Benton Herrin 42-0.
Wow.
Then you got DuQuoin taking on Mount Carmel. It's 28-7, but we got a close one with Carbondale Murfreesboro 7-6. PAT separating that one too.
Yeah, so we knew when we picked this as our WFCN News Game of the Week that this had the potential to be the best game in the region, and outside that other bragging rights game in Jackson County between Carbondale and Murphy, this has proven to be the best game so far of the week. 1 point separating these two teams compared to all those other blowouts you just mentioned.
And both teams clearly coming into this game trying to shake off a little rust, but mostly really prepared to see what they can do on both sides of the field.
Looks like they're still attending to the injured Wildcat. Carterville still talking to their coaches on the sideline. Now they call them out of the huddle, so we'll go ahead and stay here. And a big 3rd and 7 awaits. 5:52 over a 6-minute drive for Carterville, trying to finish it off. A stop or a turnover would be huge here for this Marion defense to get off the field.
3 third-down conversions for the Lions. Can they get a 4th?
We're about to find out. 3 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Johnson keeps it himself, tries to get up the middle, picks up the first Southern Bank first down. And they direct snap it to the quarterback with no one else near him, and he just made a play. And the senior Johnson, who's been dangerous with his legs all night, Gage, just made another play.
Yeah, 4 third-down conversions on this drive now. Not ideal for Dunning in the blue and gold to start this half.
More fatigue setting in. Another injured Wildcat, slow to get up on that far sideline. That was 45 Caden Jacobs, but he looks like he's going to stay in the game. And it's now 1st and goal for the Lions as this drive is approaching the 7-minute mark.
And man, what a drive. To take off this much time and then possibly come out with the lead here. Carterville's had everything kind of go their way so far here.
The Cannon guys are getting ready as they are knocking on the goal line here as they hand it to Miller. He tries to get out to the right. 2 guys to beat, and he dives in, and the Cannon's going to go off as Carterville has retaken the lead. And there's the smoke from the Cannon as Carterville holds a 19-14 lead in a decision for Coach Dial and company now. Gage, as a 2-point conversion would put him up 7. And with the missed PAT earlier, you almost have to go for 2 here.
Oh, yeah. And with how much they've ran the ball, you got to think they're going to try to take advantage of some tired Wildcat legs right here.
So mark it down, Gage. 6 minutes and 51-second drive to start this half. Nearly 7 minutes for the Lions to start the 3rd quarter. And if you're Brett Dial and company, that's exactly how you would script it coming out of the locker room.
Oh, yeah. Talk about a way to get momentum back on your side. Just a slow grind. There's a picture of it right next to it in the dictionary.
Carterville now will go for 2. 3 backs behind Johnson up at the line. Marion stacks the box. Johnson rolls out, left, dives in for 2, and the 2-point conversion is good. 21-14 Lions. And a picture-perfect drive out of the break for Carterville as the Lions hold a 7-point lead here in this Williamson County grudge match. We'll be back when Marion returns the kick right after this.
Hi, Wildcat fans. I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress knows your sleep is important. That's why our mattress studio is one of the largest in the area. We've got Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns & Foster, and more. Tempur-Pedic mattresses start as low as $28 a month with up to 6 years interest-free financing. And Queen mattresses start at just $179. Plus, enjoy the comfort of our 90-day sleep guarantee and same-day delivery. And now, no credit needed.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress.
Contact Kenya Garner for an auto quote today.
We're back here live at Lions Field as Carterville will kick it away to start the Marion Wildcat first possession of the half. 37, who's not on our scorecard, just kicked it off. Blake Winter is the return man, and Carterville still fired up as after a nice offensive drive, special teams makes a big play.
And if you're the Wildcats, you got to find something to kind of get a fire started right here. Roper and the rest of his offensive core really taking a lot of time having to sit and wait on that sideline to get a chance to really do something, and every play is going to matter on this drive.
Absolutely. Got to probably answer back with points if you're going to stay in this game. That was Zachary Carter on that special teams tackle for Carterville. Putting the Carter in Carterville. And now you got 3 receivers on each side for Roper as he works out of the shotgun. Now they come back out to the line. It's going to be 2 out to the right, 1 out to the left. Extra blockers in to protect Roper, and now maybe a delay game.
Yep.
Delay a game as they didn't get that play off, and the Wildcats out of the halftime after they just gained the momentum before the break on that big Sam Atkins series of plays, the reception and the point after and then the kickoff. Now is struggling to even get a playoff as the Wildcat sideline is very flat. The couple hundred Marion fans on that far sideline need something to cheer about, and it's now 1st and 15 from the 18. Backs up against the wall. They go to Hazel. They're going to answer back with a ground play of their own. A drive after Carterville did not complete a pass. Marion answers back and shows off their running game, as that is 26 Marcus Hazel, the 5'7", 11th grader.
Nice job of getting back to the line of scrimmage. Kind of gives the Wildcats a quick reset. They're going to need to string a couple of those big gains like that if they want to really get something going here.
I don't mind the play call. No reason to get in a hurry and panic and start throwing the ball around. Here is a pass play here. It's a little swing pass to Winters through his hands, and all of a sudden, Gage, it's 3rd and 8.
Oh, yeah, saw a hole kind of open up there from the lineman, but forgot to take the ball with him.
Yeah, you might need that one. One thing I do want to mention, Gage, I just heard the PA announcer say it. 23, Cal Dunning just made a play. If you needed any more reason for conversation around the Dunning table this holiday season, that's Jason's nephew.
How about that?
3rd and 8 now for the Wildcats.
It's got to feel like a gut punch over there on the other sideline, doesn't it?
Roper wants Henry across the middle, and it's through his big hands and incomplete. Marion has a drive stalling, and the penalty on 1st down comes back to bite him because now all of a sudden it's 4th and 8, and real quickly the Wildcats, after being on defense for almost 7 minutes, Gage, is in jeopardy of sending the defense right back out on the field.
And kind of the story of this ball game, at key moments, Marion has picked up penalties here and there that have really hindered what they're trying to do.
So Marion will have to punt it back the other way as Roper punts it away, takes a Marion bounce and a Marion roll. They needed that as
Great
Atkins
punt.
will down it right on the 30. So they flip the field.
Roper's punt rolls all the way to the
But
30-yard
Marion
line.
now has to get a stop because they cannot afford another 6+ minute drive for the Lions, because that would take us into the 4th quarter if the Lions can milk the clock again.
Oh, yeah, going to need some big stops from the Wildcats defense right here. Going to really have to grind this one out and find a way to beat that line here.
4:05 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Still plenty of time for Marion. They don't need to panic, but they probably can't spot Carterville any more points. First and 10 from the 30. We'll see how they handle the play calling here. You would expect more of the ground game. Milk the clock. And it's a pitch to Miller. He's been busy tonight. Makes a couple guys miss. There is a flag on the play, and he's forced out of bounds finally by 56. Evan Francis for the Wildcats, but this one might be coming back. It's a hold, and it's against the Lions.
It's a shame because that is one shifty man making moves on that sideline.
Yeah, number 10, Jonathan Miller, 5'11", 180-pound junior, has been the featured back for the Lions tonight. We've also seen a little bit of action for number 8, Carter Jones, and then the other one running the football has been the quarterback on the keeper. But those have been the 3 guys on the strength of this Carterville O-line doing most of the damage for the Lions tonight.
Yeah, and if you're the Wildcats, you got to find a way to limit them, make them really throw the ball. The Lions went away from it early, and it's worked out for them.
Flag was holding against the Lions. 10-yard penalty from the
10-yard penalty from the spot, so it puts it back
1st and 11.
to the 29. 1st and 11 now, under 4 minutes to go here in the 3rd period. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. Aaron Price on the camera out to my right. Smith brothers down on the field. Johnson hands it off. Not much there for Miller this time. Looks like Hudson Wade, 44, in on the tackle.
Johnny Miller on the carry for the Lions. He's brought down by number 44, Hudson Wade, of the Wildcat. Short gain on the play.
Short gain.
That'll bring up 2nd and 7.
Second and 7 for Carterville. They're wearing their home blue uniforms, blue tops, blue pants, orange helmets. Marion in the road whites. Carterville working left to right here in the third. Under 3 minutes to go. They send an O-line shift. Now Johnson works up under center. Turns, hands it off to Miller. Trying to break loose, and here come a bunch of white Marion jerseys, and a big stop there, and a big third down coming up now as Miller might be getting tired, Gage, as they've rode him heavily here in the third.
Oh, yeah, and if that's what you're getting, that's what the Wildcats want to see. They can make a big play right here and really turn around the start to this half.
A third down stop would be huge here for the Wildcats to get their defense off the field. No damage done and give the Marion offense back the ball before the third quarter is complete. It will be 3rd and 7 from the 33. So no gain on that last play, but also no loss.
Been a while since the Lions have made a passing attempt. It'd be interesting to see if they go for one right here.
It was these third down conversions on the last drive that hurt the Wildcats. Here's a pass play indeed. Johnson under pressure. Makes a guy miss. Forced out of bounds into the Carterville sideline, and a late hit whistle blown, and I believe that will give Carterville a first down as the flag came flying in, as Johnson was already out of bounds when the hit came.
And those are the types of plays you just can't get overzealous. You got to learn to kind of stop yourself at your tracks, because just like that, third down conversion once again.
There's a flag on the play.
The trainer has been really busy. Mike Stroud, who I think might double as the trainer for both of these teams, works in both of these schools, now comes running from the Marion sideline into the Carterville sideline. Injured Carterville player on the play. Or actually might be an injured Wildcat down on the play on the Carterville sideline. So after the foul on the late hit, Carterville gets the ball up near midfield. And a first down as a result. So the backbreaker there for the Wildcats. They nearly got off the field, but the late hit penalty, I know you're amped up. I know you're excited to make a stop, but you got to lay off in those situations.
Yeah, those stops don't matter if the chains keep moving.
Continue their drive. 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line.
Marion sideline quiet as Carterville sets up on the 49 near that Carterville Orange C, and a timeout. Looks like Carterville is going to use a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. Looks like an official's timeout. So we'll take a timeout as well when we'll be back to explain what's going on right after this.
At The Hub, we're not just a fitness center. We're a community powered by people who care. Our dedicated staff will guide you every step of the way on our world-class fitness floor. Dive into fun in our aquatics center. And with our fitness and aquatics classes, there's something for everyone. Join us for family events that bring our community closer. We're people-powered and we are here for you, creating a fitness experience that feels like family. Join us today at The Hub, where health and happiness meet.
So that was an official's timeout for an injured Wildcat. It was Caden Jacobs. He was down on the Carterville sideline waiting to get him back across the field. Does appear to be okay, though, and it will be 1st and 10 Lions from the 49. 1:22 to go in the third. Marion's defense probably is thinking turnover right here. Keep it on the ground. Miller bounces out of the pile. Now he's got room to run, and he's tripped up out of bounds. Max Wade.
Johnson hands off to number 10,
but not
Miller.
Before another First Southern Bank first down as Johnny Miller's adding to his big night. And he's a candidate for our Carterville player of the game tonight, as Johnny Miller has been a one-man wrecking crew back there for the Lions.
Oh, yeah, he's got to be getting awfully close to those triple-digit marks for rushing yards. It feels like the yards just keep adding up here and there. And they really have made this Wildcats defense have to grind this half.
using a lot of clock as a result when they keep it on the ground. They go back to him, and why not? Under a minute to go here in the third. Spinning, forcing his way forward. Another First Southern Bank first down, and I'm sure he's over 100 yards now. And they'll stop the clock momentarily to move the change. 33.2 seconds to go here in the third quarter.
And he's limping a bit. Looks like he might take a break.
Well-deserved break for Miller. There was a flag. I just now see it back near the 35-yard line. Officials sorting out the penalty. Miller's dealing with cramps, attending are the Carterville trainers to him on the near sideline. He gets back up. He appears to be okay. It looks like there's going to be a hold. Brett Dial's upset. And they're moving this one back. Carterville's fans over here near us are unhappy about that call, but the nice run there from Miller was for naught.
Illegal block against the Lions.
Illegal block for the Lions pushes them back. So instead of being near the 20, they're going to be all the way back to about the 45.
A rare blunder for the Lions line today, but not one you want to see right there. But honestly, at this point, with the way that their ground game's going, that might actually work out in their favor.
Right. No, absolutely. And the clock is running. Under 30 seconds to go here in the third. This might be the last play of the third quarter. A quarter dominated by the Lions' run game. They go back to number 8. That is Carter Jones, as he picks up a few of those yards lost on the holding penalty. It was 1st and 20. He gets about 3 yards before being wrapped up by Andre Jones, and that will do it for the third. So entering the fourth quarter, it's a one-possession game. Carterville leads 21-14 with the ball and driving. Carterville behind their running game, and the strength of time of possession holds a one-possession lead as we head into the fourth. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the fourth quarter right after this.
Hi, I'm Tyler Young with the print shop here in Marion. We're on the square. We just got done doing some perforated vinyl here at Swinford Publications. So this is the vinyl that you can see out, but people can't see in, and it gives a nice little look and feel to a number of different kinds of businesses. So come see us at the print shop. We're at 1112 North Carbon, next to AutoZone behind Hardee's.
Since 1999, Clark Natural Stone is a family-owned business that strives to not only offer you the best selection of rock and mulch in the country, but also provide you with the best service. Clark Natural Stone's Slinger truck is a great option when you need rock, sand, or gravel placed in an area not easily accessible to a conventional dump bed. To schedule your delivery or to ask any questions, call 618-997-3889 or visit our website, clarknaturalstone.com.
The 35-yard line.
We're back here live for the start of the fourth quarter. Carterville ball, 2nd and 12 from the 35. Quick little pass out to the outside. Nice play there by Hayden Harrell.
Eddie Johnson connects to number 1, Hayden Harrell.
So right as you think they're keeping it on the ground, they mix it up with the pass play.
I tell you what, though, Carterville's been playing at their own tempo this whole half.
Absolutely.
Marion's had 3 plays offensively the entirety of this second half.
That's crazy. Time of possession is extremely lopsided in favor of the Lions right now. 3rd and 2 from the 26. Johnson keeps it himself, and he picks up a First Southern Bank first down and then some into the red zone. And if they can take a 2-possession lead, Gage, that would be huge in this game.
Oh, yeah, it'd be a big hill for Marion to try to climb back up. It looks like we'll take another quick second just for an injury on the Wildcat side as he's struggling to get off the field.
Yeah, there's an injured Lion down as well. So 2 injured players are going to receive medical attention. We'll step aside as well. This is the Swinford Media Group's Game of the Week on the WFCN and Marion Star.
I'm excited to represent Southern Illinois when playing basketball for SIU, and it's important to me to give back to this region. That's important to Banterra Bank also, and it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a customer. They support their communities, and with their mobile app, I can check my accounts, make payments, and more, all on my time. Plus, they offer a Saluki Visa debit card that supports SIU scholarships and athletics.
That was an easy win for me.
Banterra Bank, official partner of Saluki Athletics.
Hi, I'm Joni, director at Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes. When you're faced with loss, it's comforting to know that someone who understands your pain is here to help. That's why I brought Blue and Mitchell Hughes Funeral Homes back under local ownership alongside Binkley-Ross Funeral Home. We've been serving Marion and Williamson County families with compassion and care for years, and we know how important it is to feel supported in your time of need. If you have questions or concerns about your previous arrangements, we're here to support you with understanding and kindness. You can always rely on us for honesty, respect, and care you deserve. Marion is not only my home, Marion is my heart.
We're back after the injury break. Carterville lines up at the 20, 1st and 10. 11 minutes to go in this ball game. Carterville bat snap, picked up by Miller, tries to make something out of it. Somehow gets loose and made a heck of an attempt there after a bad snap, and all of a sudden he's near the 5, and Carterville, that could have been absolutely terrible if Marion would have fell on that, but they get positive yards out of it. It's been that kind of half for the Lions.
Oh, yeah, everything going their way. They've been in total control since coming out of the locker room so far.
Ball went right through the hands of the quarterback, and Miller picked it up, and I'm sure that's not one Brett Dial worked on in the offseason, but they'll take it.
That'll bring up 2nd and 2 for the Lions.
8-yard pickup on that broken play.
Got to find a way to stop the ground game right here. Would be a huge stop if Marion can string a couple together.
2nd and 2 from the 12. Nothing there for Carter Jones on the handoff. Greeted by a couple of Marion defenders there. It looked like Evan Francis leading the charge. 56 in white.
And the attack of the week 1 cramps is back again.
Carter Jones.
Yeah, it's still kind of hot here. It's 72 degrees, very mild night compared to what it could have been a couple years at Herrin for week 1. It was a brutal 85-degree night, but the conditioning and the cramps, you know, you can simulate all you want in practice. You can do as many conditioning drills and scrimmages as you want, but until you actually come out here and play a game, it's a whole different ball game.
Oh, yeah, no one's ever ready for it week 1.
Just starting the 9-week grind here in week 1, and a tough scheduling matchup for both of these teams. We read a bunch of blowout scores from around the region, but 2 very evenly matched playoff teams from a year ago squaring off here in Carterville. Carterville leads 21-14 on our Watermark scoreboard. Trying to make it a 2-possession lead here in the 4th. The quarterback keeps it himself. Johnson right up the middle, picks up the 1st down. And Carterville again capitalizing on a 3rd down conversion.
Yeah, and you saw the Marion line kind of pointing to the outside. The Carterville Lions looked like they were setting up for a little toss with Marion sending the house. Johnson just slid right through the defense for another 3rd down conversion.
The Lion player slow to get up there, but he looks like he's going to be okay. That was Brain Brown, number 9. Comes off the field on his own power, though. That's good to see. And it's 1st and goal from the 9 now. Carterville trying to make this a 2-possession game with under 10 minutes to play now. Marion trying to force a turnover, find something here to get the ball back. Carterville has dominated the time of possession. Still just, what, 3 plays, Gage?
Oh, yeah. Marion desperately needing to get back on the offensive side here.
Marion Maniacs on the far side trying their best to try to fire up that Marion sideline, which has not had much to cheer for this 2nd half. Carterville got the ball to start the half, and it's pretty well controlled it for 99% of this half. Play clock winding down. They got to get this play off. 2 seconds on the play clock. They barely get it off. They give to Miller. Big hole for him on the right side. Malachi Cooper, who was injured a few moments ago, appears to be fine as he saved a touchdown with that tackle, and it's going to be 2nd and goal from inside the 5.
And at this point, if you're Marion, you got to expect the run. Had a couple people dropping back. At this point, you just got to be ready to go hit somebody in that backfield. As they're finding seams up the middle, it seems time and time again.
You would expect run on these next couple plays. They've got 2 tries, probably 3 tries to punch it in, and obviously 4-down territory. 2nd and 4 from the 4. The big O-line from Carterville paying off. Jackson Smith, number 78, 6'5", 360, anchoring that line and pushing the push here for another Carterville score. And it's Johnny Miller finishing off the drive. The cannon goes off again, and Carterville has a 2-possession lead.
And, man, you could have heard a pin drop for another, what felt like 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
But Carterville ends it off with a big bang once again.
Literally. Smoke filling the sideline over here near us, courtesy of that cannon, and a 2-possession lead. And the Marion sideline looks dejected as they have just 8 minutes to go, and they got to score twice. Otherwise, they'll start 0-1. Carterville in for the point after. The kick is up, and the kick is good, so they capitalize on that one. They missed one earlier in the game, but put it through the uprights there, and it's 28-14 Lions. Marion has some work to do when we come back here live from the Swinford Media Group.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
Here's a look at that Carterville touchdown. Moments ago, Johnny Miller capping off the drive with a touchdown from 4 yards out to give the Lions a 2-possession lead. 28-14 on the Watermark scoreboard, and that's where we stand as the Lions will kick it off. Back to receive for the Wildcats is Junius Thomas and Max Wade, as Carterville has to be feeling pretty good. They kick it into the ground, though. Max Wade's going to pick it up on a bounce, and they need a big special teams play here, and they won't get it. And if they could have returned that kick, that would have been crazy. Carterville knew that, and so that's why they kicked it into the ground, played it safe. Wade picked it up, got a few yards, but now with 8:28 to go, here comes Callahan Roper and the Marion offense, Gage, for just their 4th play of this second half.
Oh, yeah, and now there's no time to wait. You're going to have to take some big shots early, try to spark this offense, and but you got a big hill to climb for the Wildcats in 8 minutes here, because you can expect if Carterville gets that ball back, we're going to have another long drive awaiting us.
Yeah, Marion used one timeout early in this half. We'll see how that plays a factor. Carterville still sitting on all 3 of theirs. Roper from the shotgun. Rolls out. Steps up. Wants Atkins on the deep ball, and he's got it! There's the play Marion needed, and it's Sam Atkins who had the big play at the end of the first half. Coming up huge, and it's Roper to Atkins, and how many times have I said that over the last 3 years?
And, man, how about Atkins? Another huge play, able to wrap that pass up. Good job by Roper getting out of the pocket and making that throw an impressive spiral on the run right there.
All of a sudden, Marion inside the red zone. Working quickly, swing pass to Winters. Good blocking up front from the Wildcats. Carterville's fans want to hold. No flag. Winters inside the 10, and he's fired up, and Marion all of a sudden, this is the drive they needed, Gage, in a position to answer back very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, talking about getting a spark, there it was right there. Atkins, again, finding a way to make a big play. This is the type of stuff you want to see from Roper and company.
Thomas in motion. Roper wants Atkins, and who else but Sam Atkins makes it back, a 1-possession game, and it took less than a minute for Marion to answer right back, Gage.
Wow, 3 plays, add 3 more. Just like that. It's a one-possession game if they can sink this PAT.
Yeah, that's football for you, Gage. 3 plays was the issue on the last drive. They didn't have enough plays. This time it only took 3 plays, and they came right down the field in a hurry, on a mission. Callahan, Roper, you could just tell Marion was not rattled after that cannon went off for a 2-possession lead. They come back and answer back, and now a chance to kick an extra point and make it a 1-possession game. Here's that funky formation again. Instead, they're going to run a 2-point conversion out of it. Questionable play call here in the back of the end zone, towing it, and they say incomplete. They say Blake Winters was out of bounds. Roper pleads his case, but it's not going to matter as the referee, Shane Bennett, said Blake Winters was out of bounds. And the decision to go for 2 does not pay off, and that was a questionable play call, Gage, after Marion came down the field and had all the momentum in the world.
Oh, man, gutsy play call. If it works, you love it, but when it doesn't, now you've got to go for it again if you're able to get back in the end zone. So,
wow.
Awfully close, though. He was very close to getting his toes in right there.
We'll see if we have another angle of that from our sideline crew here in a moment. But for the moment, it's 28-20. Marion back in the ball game. Still plenty of time, 7:38. But now the defense has got to do what they haven't been able to do this half, Gage, and that's get off the field without giving up a score.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to make sure they're not on the field for 6 minutes.
Man.
They got to find a way to bring that offense back out, especially after a big play like that.
We'll see how Carterville manages the clock. Like I said, still 3 timeouts for Carterville, 2 timeouts for Marion. And that last drive took all of about, 50 seconds?
Oh, yeah. It's just what Marion could have ordered right there. If there was a way to get yourself back into the game, that was it. Now you got to find a way to follow that up on the defensive side of things, though.
We'll see how Marion handles the kickoff here on special teams. 7:38 to go.
Be interesting to see if they try to throw something in the wrenches there after Carterville tried to on their last time around.
Atkins will do the kicking. Just had the big reception to set up the other reception. He had both of the receptions on that drive. 2 of the 3.
Oh, yeah, Atkins is having himself a ball game.
Now he's going to kick it away. Number 7 in blue, a candidate for, or 7 in white, I should say. Blue number 7 on his chest, a candidate for our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. We'll name that in our post game. Onside kick attempt, high bounce, and Max Wade nearly had it, and it goes out of bounds for a penalty, and nearly an executed onside kick there as Atkins gave his go man a chance as Max Wade tried to reel it in, and it just slipped through his hands out of bounds.
And you couldn't have really drawn up a more perfect kick, but man, just a step late to getting to that ball. What a play that would have been for the Wildcats.
Big huddle over here near the referees on the Carterville sideline. Brett Dial talking to the referees about something, and all the Carterville players are listening in. Good shot there by Aaron Price, our camera guy up here with us tonight, working on all facets for us, doing sideline reporting and helping us with the camera. Ross Swinford out again tonight. We'll have him next week at Marion. Ross will be busy tomorrow as the Salukis open their home schedule. Aaron Price will likely be there as well when the Salukis play Thomas More tomorrow night at Saluki Stadium, 6 p.m. Kickoff in Carbondale to start SIU season. So lots of football this weekend in Southern Illinois. If you're not going out to the DuQuoin State Fair, maybe go to the fair and then swing through Carbondale on your way home. Catch some football tomorrow in Carbondale. We'll have more scores from around the region in our postgame show as well.
1st and 10 for the Lions.
Carterville 1st and 10 from the 43 after the penalty. They go back to the ground, and it's the fake handoff, quarterback keeper. And again, Carterville's ground game giving Marion defense trouble as Andrew Johnson kept it himself as the defense followed Miller for good reason. He's got over 100 yards on the ground, but Johnson kept it himself.
Oh, yeah. They've got to be close to amassing over 200 rushing yards between the two. The Lions have, ground and pound is the name of their game today.
Lions pick up enough yardage for a Lion first down.
First down for the Lions. 1st and 10 from the 38, and here's Marion's worst enemy right now, the clock. It's running under 7 minutes now.
Oh yeah, and with one timeout down, every second's going to matter here as Johnson's going to have another big keeper, man.
Johnson doing it with his legs. The quarterback making his first varsity start, doubles as a linebacker for the Lions, and he's shifty in shades of Johnny Manziel or Baker Mayfield back there for number 6.
Oh, I tell you what, you sure he didn't play running back? I mean, he showed off a couple passes early on, but otherwise he's shown off the agility.
Shifty as well, for sure. Approaching the 6-minute mark, clock running. Carterville back up to the line. 2nd and 1, 9 yards there for Johnson on first down. Inside the 30 now on the 29. Tight formation for the Lions. Johnson, who else is going to keep it, picks up the first Southern Bank first down. Falling across the line of scrimmage. Slow to get up.
And they've gone to that QB sneak a couple of times when they get to that 1 yard marker. It's something that's really worked for the Lions throughout the game. It's one thing to have a really successful ground game, but it's one thing to do it in the way that they've been able to mix in who's carrying the ball and what type of play they've been running.
Caden Jacobs had the tackle there, but it wasn't before another Carterville first down. And approaching the 5.5-minute mark, Carterville's working on getting back to a 2-possession lead again right after Marion scored. Bad snap. Carterville picks it up, though. Johnson couldn't handle the snap, and then it was picked up by number 8. That is Carter Jones, who tried to make something out of it. There's been a couple of those, and if one of those goes to Marion's favor, it would flip the momentum right back to the Wildcats. Carterville's got to be careful.
Carterville's already taken almost 2.5 minutes on this drive. Still time really against the Wildcats in this half.
2nd and 9 from the 22. 1 yard pickup on that broken play. 5 minutes to go in this ball game. Carterville trying to go to 1-0. Marion trying to go to avoid going to 0-1. Hit as he throws. Dangerous pass, and it's somehow brought in by number 7, Jamison Jones.
In double coverage and then hypes up the crowd right after. And the Lions faithful, they're loving it.
.444 to go here in the fourth quarter.
With that picks up enough yardage for
another first Southern Bank first down.
First and goal for the Lions.
And the cannon going off would really feel like a right hook
right.
for the Wildcats right here.
Marion has not been able to stop Carterville on any third downs in this half. They keep it on the ground, and Miller is in for 6. There's the cannon gauge you just mentioned, and it's 34-20 Carterville as a ring of smoke flies through the sky here at Lions Field as that cannon, both coaches talked about it in the pregame show. This is quite the atmosphere for high school football.
Oh yeah, but if you're in the blue and gold, that's the last thing you want to hear right there. That one feels like a gut punch. Marion's gonna have to have another quick answer offensively if they want to try to make this one interesting here late.
The flag came flying in before the Lions could get off the point after. We're gonna bring you a replay of that scoring touchdown by Johnny Miller moments ago, courtesy of the Smith brothers down on the sideline. Marion was offsides on the point after, so now a decision to make for the Lions if they're going to now go half the distance to the goal and try to go for 2 to make it a 16-point game. The way they've been running the football, I would have probably tried to punch it in, already up 14, but they're going to play it safe. They're going to line up for the point after.
Oh yeah, put the pressure on the Wildcats as they get that one to go through. Because you got to think now, after missing that 2-point conversion in the past, Wildcats, not only do you got to score twice, but you're going to have to do it 3 times.
Absolutely. 35-20 lead for the Lions. We'll be back for the last 4:18 when we come back. This is the Marion Star and WFCN Game of the Week.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress knows your sleep is important. That's why our mattress studio is one of the largest in the area. We've got Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns & Foster, and more. Tempur-Pedic mattresses start as low as $28 a month with up to 6 years interest-free financing. And Queen mattresses start at just $179. Plus, enjoy the comfort of our 90-day sleep guarantee and same-day delivery. And now, no credit needed.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress.
Zombie Nation plays as Carterville celebrates a 15-point lead in this Williamson County grudge match between the Marion Wildcats and Carterville Lions, as Marion needs to get something going in a hurry. And how about a big kickoff return here? If there was ever a time for one, it would be this kick right here, as Carterville kicks it away. They play it safe, though. They kick it straight into the ground like they did the last time. Junius Thomas falls on it and has to be careful not to fumble it, as Marion's offense hopes for the same luck they had the last time, and they need a quick scoring strike and then somehow need to get a turnover and get Carterville's offense back off the field, because they have not had any luck stopping this Carterville rushing attack.
Yeah, we're going to need to see what tricks Dunning's got up his sleeve here. Obviously, if you're the Lions, you know a deep ball's got to be coming at some point here from the Wildcats. A matter of where it goes and seeing what type of misdirections the Wildcats might try to use here.
Marion with 2 timeouts, Carterville with 3, but that doesn't matter as they have a 2-possession lead here at home. Carterville feeling pretty good about their chances to upset Marion, the bigger 5A school, here tonight. Thomas in motion, Roper wants the deep ball, overthrows Logan Hoffman, incomplete. No flag.
Dunning with the hands in the air. And I got to be honest, there was some contact there. I'm surprised that there's not a pass interference call against the Lions.
There you see Coach Dunning standing at midfield staring down the officials. But they say play on, it was clean, and it's 2nd and 10 from the 30. Marion down 15. You would expect more deep balls like that last one coming. This time Roper rolls out the other way. Wants his favorite target, Atkins, and they can't connect. And a big 3rd down coming here, Gage.
Oh, yeah. Would expect some maybe some deep options out on the outside, but I'd look to maybe thinking if you have Henry out there, try to find him somewhere in the middle. Even if you can't get that first down, maybe make some ground so you can make a quick play to get a first. You don't want to end a quick 3-and-out right here.
Yeah, you're not going to get a 15-point play right here, so just chip away. Roper steps up in the pocket, slings it across the middle, and there's the pass interference call this time.
And I don't know how the Carterville fans can't believe that one. You send a defender flying, you can't exactly do that.
Yeah, Thomas tripped up before he even had an attempt on the ball. An easy call there for the official.
There's a flag on the play.
And Marion catches a break there, as a Carterville penalty will give them an automatic first down. And the pass yardage they were looking for comes via the Carterville penalty, pass interference.
That's one way
Marion,
to do it.
Yeah. At this point, they'll take anything they can get to keep this drive alive. If Marion wasn't able to capitalize there, they're probably going to have a 4th down coming with the game on the line. But big penalty there to keep this drive alive for Marion. Roper in trouble, gives it off to Thomas. Following his blockers, cuts back to the middle. Still on his feet, gets out to the outside. 2 guys to beat. Junius Thomas with 3:45 puts Marion back within a score.
I mean, we said we need a quick answer. Marion's got them this half. I don't know where this has been all game, but, man, they're showing out when they need it.
Offense has not been the issue. It's been defense stopping the Lions. That's been the Wildcats' Achilles heel tonight. 55 yards, Roper to Junius Thomas to make it a 9-point game, and now you would think you're going to see probably a 2-point conversion try here.
Oh, yeah.
Got to dial up your best one. Still 2 timeouts, a stop if Marion can convert this, which without this is still a 2-possession game. But if you can convert this and get a quick stop, you're right back in this ball game all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah. You'll be thrilled if you're the blue and gold if you convert here, especially after the near onside recovery last time around.
4 receivers for Roper. Bad snap. He's got to get rid of it, and the play doesn't work, and it's a 9-point game. Another failed 2-point conversion try as the bad snap came at the worst possible time. We'll take a quick break. Marion will kick it off when we come back.
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boys Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boys Trash Service.
Do you feel like your business is sinking in accounting and payroll work? Are business taxes and confusing technology dragging you down? Call the experts at Kemper CPA Group. We'll answer your questions and give you the tools to keep your business afloat.
Marion to come out for what we would expect to be an onside kick here, down 9 on the road, 3:43 to go. Sam Atkins will kick it away. Right to Johnson, a scramble though, he lost it. Marion thinks he has it.
He might have been down. It's awfully close though.
Marion ball signals Todd Bryant, and the onside kick the Wildcats needed
Marion's onside kick.
comes through, as it was Johnson, the quarterback, I believe, in on the special teams coverage, and he couldn't hold on to it. All of a sudden, Marion has extra life, Gage.
Wow. I mean, what a play. You hope if you're the Wildcats it's not too little too late, but, man, they're trying to really make some big plays and make a comeback right here.
Don't turn it off yet. Still anybody's ball game here. 3:34 to go. Roper and company back on the field. Looking, swings it out to Winters, follows a couple key blockers. First Southern Bank first down, toeing the sideline out of bounds, and all of a sudden the Marion Maniacs have something to cheer about, Gage.
Well, I mean, I can't blame them, can you? I'd be pumped up after a couple big plays. The Wildcats are really showing out right now.
Speaking of big plays, here's the Junius Thomas touchdown moments ago. Another candidate for our thrilling moment of the game, brought to you by the Black Diamond family of businesses. We'll name that in our post-game show. We've still got a lot of football before that, though. Roper slinging it out of bounds. Wanted Hoffman, ran out of room.
Yeah, was looking for those two out route receivers and just was never able to get any separation there downfield. Lucky just to get a pass off there as he saw some pressure late.
Roper gets the play call from the sideline. Ball on the 22, 2nd and 10, 3:18 to play in this football game. Comment down below. We're taking nominations for our Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game Week 1, first one of the season. Let us know who we should name. Looks like we're going to have a timeout. Timeout Carterville. They're going to use their first timeout of the half as they feel the momentum shifting to the Wildcats. We'll take a timeout as well. 35-26 Carterville here at Lions Field.
Your dream wedding gown awaits at Blush & Ivory Bridal, the most recommended bridal boutique in Southern Illinois. At Blush & Ivory, you won't be lost in the crowd. With every private appointment, the entire boutique is yours. Just you, your loved ones, and your personal stylist. Together, you'll discover a curated selection of gowns, veils, and accessories to create the bridal look you've always imagined. And say yes to the dress that brings out the bride in you. Schedule your private appointment today at Blush and Ivory Bridal, 307 North Market Street in Marion. Call 618-882-926.
We're back here live at Carterville. Out of the timeout, Junius Thomas is wide open. Touchdown, Marion. With 3:09 to play, the Wildcats are back within 3.
Roper connects with number 11.
And the timeout for Carterville doesn't work out in their favor. Gives Marion some time to figure something out. And the wide receivers for Marion, man, making big plays time and time again with their feet after the catch.
Junius Thomas has inserted himself into the discussion for the Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game. We do want to note, if you are watching on our WFCN News Game of the Week, the Player of the Game and the Postgame will go to Marion because that is a Marion-sponsored award from the Hub Recreation Center. They direct snap to Blake Winters, a different look here on this two-point conversion, and it pays off as he's in. And with 3:09 Gage, we've got a 1-point game.
Don't ever say it's over. The fat lady ain't singing.
We'll be back for the kickoff. Marion's got new life. The Maniacs are going wild on that far sideline. Anybody's game. Still with 3:09 to go, and what a game this is. We'll be back with the kickoff right after this.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
One-point game as Marion kicks it off with 3:09, and you would think they're going to kick it away here, but the last time they got the onside kick, so don't count it out. Oh, wow. That was the quarterback, Johnson, again on the receiving side of that weird kick from Marion.
He got it from the hit like nothing mattered. That was crazy.
I think he took a cleat to the head, or at least the back.
Fought over the ball with his teammates. He really wanted to make up for that last one.
Right. Yeah, he's on the good hands team for a reason and trying to hold on to that title. But Brett Dial talking it over with his team. We'll see how they play it here. They've got 2 timeouts. Marion with 2 timeouts. They did have a 6-minute drive in this half. They've had a lot of luck milking the clock, taking the air out of the ball. So you would think the old ground and pound, as we called it, would be in full effect here for the Lions. Cannot afford a turnover. Oh. 1st and 10 from the 35 for the Lions. We'll have a replay of that last Marion touchdown for you after this first down play. Here it is, Gage. Out of the Carterville timeout, Roper finds Junius Thomas wide open. What a play call that was for Marion. Hit right as he crossed the plane. He did break the plane with the football, and another candidate for our Black Diamond Family of Businesses thrilling moment of the game. We'll name that in our Hub Recreation Center postgame show.
And that's those misdirections we were talking about. You see the receiver kind of went across midfield right there, and Thomas back in the backfield did a quick rear route, and man, did he have room to run.
Gain of 4 on first down for Carterville, sets up 2nd and 6. Johnson flips it out to Miller, tries to get out to the left, follows his blockers, gets a First Southern Bank first down. Carterville sideline fired up here below us. Coach Dunning's going to use a timeout, so we'll take a timeout as well.
for a Lion.
This is when Marion's defense is going to be challenged. They have not had luck this half stopping the Carterville run. They need it in the worst way possible here. 2:09 to play. Carterville ball at the 50 when we come back.
At the Hub, we're not just a fitness center. We're a community powered by people who care. Our dedicated staff will guide you every step of the way on our world-class fitness floor. Dive into fun in our aquatic center. And with our fitness and aquatics classes, there's something for everyone. Join us for family events that bring our community closer. We're people-powered and we are here for you, creating a fitness experience that feels like family. Join us today at the Hub, where health and happiness meet.
Contact Kenya Garner for an auto quote today.
Out of the Marion timeout, it's first down Carterville at the 50, 2:12 to play in this game. Carterville holding on to a 1-point lead, 35-34. Johnson on the keeper, met at the line and pushed back. Malachi Cooper, Hudson Wade in on the coverage for Marion.
40 seconds on that play clock starting to tick down, and if Marion only have a one timeout left, these next few plays are crucial.
Second, and we'll see where they spot it. 7. 3-yard pickup for Johnson on first down.
You got to think they're going to run it down too.
14 on the play clock. Shift the line. Under 10 now on the play clock. Johnson up under center. They snap it. They give to Miller. Ball comes loose. Carterville thought he got hit late, but the ball came loose and it was a scramble for the ball. I think Miller got it back, right, Gage?
Yeah, but he got hit hard.
Slow to get up, and we're going to have an injury timeout. We'll step aside. We'll be right back.
My name's Craig Byer. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Been doing that for 33 years. I grew up in Wisconsin on a farm, and my dad had a masonry business. And orthopedics is really a good focus because I was trained as a bricklayer, and orthopedic surgery is very similar. Everything's have to be plumbing levels. That skill set I learned as a bricklayer and mason, I use actually on a daily basis doing orthopedic surgery. Orthopedic surgery really involves treatment of the musculoskeletal system, which includes extremities, spine. We work with bones, joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, etc. We provide both surgical and non-surgical management for musculoskeletal conditions. In fact, about 1 out of 10 patients I see in the clinic actually come to surgery. The other 9 out of 10 we can treat and manage non-surgically. I don't require referrals. Patients can come to see me straight away. My philosophy, again, is optimize non-surgical treatment before I perform surgery. Once I do surgery, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist.
Got to cut that commercial short as we've got a big third down coming. 3rd and 11 from the 49. Johnson tries to make a play, and Marion gets the third down stop they've needed all half. So Carterville will milk the clock, and it'll be under 1 minute when they get back up to the line for a 4th down here.
Huge tackle by Cooper right there, and now Marion's going to have, under a minute with no timeouts to work with. It's going to be another quick answer from the Wildcats.
All the way to the final horn in this Week 1 matchup between these Williamson County rivals who have not met in at least 70 years, according to some research. Carterville taking its time, getting the play call. They're going to wind this all the way down. 42 seconds to go and counting. 5 on the play clock. I think Dial's going to call a timeout right when it gets down to 1, and there it is. So it'll be 33.5 seconds on the clock. Ball on the 48, 4th and 10. A punt coming when we come back, you would think. Marion trailing on the road in Week 1, 35-34. Don't go anywhere. An exciting finish when we come back.
Since 1999, Clark Natural Stone is a family-owned business that strives to not only offer you the best selection of rock and mulch in the country, but also provide you with the best service. Clark Natural Stone Slinger Truck is a great option when you need rock, sand, or gravel placed in an area not easily accessible to a conventional dump bed. To schedule your delivery or to ask any questions, call 618-997-3889 or visit our website, clarknaturalstone.com.
We're back here with 33.5 seconds to go. 4th and 10 for Carterville. Jamison Jones lines up on the 40 to punt. 1-point game on the line here in week 1. Beautiful punt. Thomas is going to get away from it. It takes 2 bounces. Carterville can't find it. Now they're going to down it. So Marion will have nearly the length of the field to go and 22.5 seconds to go. And in that last break gauge, I did mention to you, Sam Adkins, who's been the hero for Marion tonight, does have field goal range. I'm not sure from where, but with Marion out of timeouts, you would think they've got to make a couple threads deep and then maybe line up for a field goal to win the game.
Yeah, it's going to have to be perfect execution here to get this to work, because you'd have to make a deep ball get out of bounds twice in order for him to be anywhere near close, being all the way over at the 12.
88 yards to go for Callahan, Roper, and company. Marion on the road in week 1, down 1, 22.5 seconds on the clock. Exciting finish coming to you here in Carterville. Roper wants Atkins. Who else? Tripped.
Oh.
No flag. Dunning thought they should throw the flag. No flag there. 15 seconds, 7 seconds came off the clock. Dunning is livid on that far sideline. Took his hat off.
I can't blame him. It's a big play, and it was awfully close, but I think they got that one right there. Clean play, both going up for the ball, just wasn't able to get it.
You would think maybe 2 more attempts like that. The last play took 7 seconds off the clock. 15.1 on the clock. Dial's going to use his last timeout now.
Interesting.
So Carterville now out of timeouts. Marion out of timeouts. We'll use our last timeout, and we'll be right back after this for the exciting finish here in Carterville.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No-Locks. Tony No-Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley-Davidson. So Tony No-Locks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley-Davidson.
We're back here live at Carterville. 15.1 seconds on the clock. Everybody on their feet. Callahan, Roper, and company. 2nd and 10 from their own 12. 88 yards to go. Week 1 game on the line as Carterville and Marion trying to start the season 1-0. Something's got to give. 4 receivers set. Roper in the shotgun with time. Looking, steps up, hit as he throws. Picked off, and that's the game. Carterville seals it. Aiden Swallers with a game-saving interception, and Roper's 3rd pick of the night gives Carterville the Week 1 win as they will move to 1-0. Marion will start 0-1, and Carterville holds on by the slimmest of margins here in photo finish as this rivalry was renewed after 70 years. And Carterville will get into victory formation and get out of here with a 1-point win on their home field. Carterville plays their fight song and their fans start to celebrate as they can sense it. As Marion will head home back to Marion, 12 miles away, thinking, what if? Lots of different plays tonight could have gone their way. this score would have been different. A few failed two-point conversions, couple picks, and Carterville celebrates as they move to 1-0. Marion falls to 0-1, and the Williamson County bragging rights belong to Carterville as they fire the cannon one last time.
No players getting into it down there on the sideline.
After a 35-34 Carterville win, as emotions are high, the teams shake hands. Carterville native Jason Dunning, former teammate Brett Dial, embrace at midfield. Lots of hugs, lots of handshakes, and a well-fought game on both sides, as you hate to see either team have to lose this game, but Carterville made less mistakes than Marion and ultimately wins the game 35-34. Gage and I will be back to recap it right after this. We'll have our Deaconess Illinois Center Medical Center post-game show right after this. We'll name our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. We'll have our Thrillbillies thrilling moment of the game. And we'll give you some stats brought to you by Kemper CPA Group LLP. 35-34 the final. We'll be back to recap it right after this.
Hi Wildcat fans, I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
We want to help students when they come right out of high school, but we're also here for the adults. After high school, I went to my local community college, and after my first semester, realized that I wasn't quite ready to go to college. And I went back to work in construction for roughly about 15 years. And at the same time, I took classes at community college. It's this idea that you can go back to school at any time for anything, and that's what a community college does for you. That's what John A. Logan does for you.
Hello, I'm Denon Davis. I'm a family practice physician at Deaconess Illinois Clinic. I've greatly enjoyed practicing in Southern Illinois in general. Of course, I grew up here and I wanted to come back and provide care for the people I grew up with. A small town area to raise your children and to have a practice is hands down better than being in an urban area or city. When you come to my office and you see me, I usually try to be pretty detailed, especially on your first visit. I want to know everything about you. I usually will review your entire chart. Thereafter, you'll usually get an after visit summary that I provide. It's got each problem typed out, and you get a print up of that every time you come and see me. I want you to know and understand everything that you come to see me for. The most rewarding part of family medicine is getting to know the people that you take care of, developing those relationships. And as I tell a lot of my patients when they come in, I treat them just like they are my family, just like I would my mom and dad.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No Locks. Tony No Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley Davidson. So Tony No Locks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley Davidson.
We're back here live at Lions Field alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. Aaron Price down on the field getting us some post-game comments. We'll bring those to you here in a moment after Carterville beat Marion in the slimmest of margins, 35-34. And what a game this was, Gage.
Yeah, I mean, talk about an absolute roller coaster. Momentum swinging every which way after such a slow start to that second half, with Carterville really controlling the tempo at that, what was it, a near 7-minute, 8-minute drive to start the half and take the lead?
Yeah, it was a back and forth kind of game of two halves. Marion won the first half by 1 point, lost the second half by 1 point. So Marion, despite what they would probably feel like a bad first half, actually won the first half, and then Carterville came out and controlled all but the last few minutes of the second half as their ground game was dominant. Their O-line play was strong. The two-man rushing attack of Johnson and Miller was too much for Marion to handle, but the Wildcats, to their credit, fought all the way till the final horn, and it wasn't until an interception with 4 seconds to play that Marion was finally out of this game. And so despite falling behind as many as 15 gauge, Marion fought back, and so that bodes well for the future that they can never count themselves out of any games.
Yeah, if there's a bright side to it, as rough as things went, at the end of the day, it was still a 1 point game, and honestly probably could have been in overtime right now. We saw the arm that Roper has shown off there a little bit in spurts, and what the wide receiving core can do when given the opportunity to make plays. It was just felt like a sense of too little too late at that point of the game.
Let's go inside the numbers one more time. Brought to you by Kemper CPA Group LLP, our exclusive stat sponsor all season long here once again on the Marion Star. Year 7 of having Kemper CPA Group support. We thank them for their continued sponsorship of these live streams. And Gage, talk us through some of those plays in the second half that ended up being the difference.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many, a number of crucial plays throughout the game. Early on, you had 4 third-down conversions to start the half for Carterville that led to them scoring on the first drive that ended with 6 minutes and 51 seconds on the clock, almost halfway through the half, with Miller, who else for the Lions, putting a 16-yard run to really give Carterville some momentum there early, and then even converting a 2-point conversion to make it 21-14. As it kind of went on, Miller would score again, giving them a 2-touchdown lead to start the fourth quarter for the Lions. It would be one more on the board for Miller, as he got 3 rushing touchdowns in this half, whereas it was Johnson who had a keeper on the other one to give Carterville their last touchdown that gave them their total of 35, while it was Atkins and Thomas again this half for the Wildcats, who allowed them to get some big receiving touchdowns, 22 yards, 30 yards, trying to really bring the Wildcats back in, and it just wasn't enough.
Just wasn't enough as Kemper CPA Group LLP Inside the Numbers wraps up. It's now time to name our Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game. Gage, lots of different names we could throw out there tonight. Talk about some of the nominees we can nominate for Player of the Game.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the Marion side of things, Atkins showed off big plays when it mattered most. Thomas also showing things off on both sides of the field. So, and even outside of the interceptions, Callahan still with a solid game. So a number of Marion guys that contributed to what would have been an impressive comeback in Week 1 that'll build some character for them going forward.
Blake Winters had a couple nice plays. Alex Henry had a touchdown early, but as we now name our Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game, the first one for the 2025 season, I think you have to start with number 7 in white tonight. That is Sam Atkins, the senior.
Yeah, I mean, huge plays there late, getting a couple touchdowns that made the difference and gave Marion the spark that they really needed to try and close that gap. Just an awesome night from the wide receiving core, but Atkins really shone through.
Also executed a couple point afters and also a huge onside kick that allowed Marion to have a chance down the stretch. So for that reason, our first Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game for 2025 is Mr. Sam Atkins, the senior. He will be posted by the Hub Recreation Center on their social media on Monday. Then at the end of the season, he'll receive a Hub swag package courtesy of Olivia and the Hub marketing team. thanks to their continued support, they're another one that's been with us all season long, sponsoring these live streams week after week, year after year. Now we got to name our Thrillbillies thrilling moment of the game. And a little bit harder here, lots of big plays, especially in the second half, but one not to forget about was the play in the first half when Sam Atkins made two guys miss.
Oh, yeah. Dropped both defenders and was one of the really first big offensive plays for Marion. Gave them that lead and allowed them to go into the second half feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, right before the first half horn, then he turned around, kicked the point after, then turned around and kicked it off. So there was our Thrillbillies thrilling moment of the game, thanks to the Black Diamond family of businesses for sponsoring that promotion once again all season long. Of course, the Black Diamond family of businesses include Black Diamond Harley-Davidson, Mountain Dew Park, the Thrillbillies, of course, SI Elite, Kokopelli Golf Course, Oasis Outdoor and Power Sports, Oasis Lawn and Garden, Oasis Home Center, Oasis Sports Complex, and coming soon, the fully renovated and remodeled and repurposed Oasis Mall in the former Illinois Star Center Mall, which will feature power sports, motorcycles, ATVs, a bowling alley, mini golf, go-karts, and much, much more, along with other sports and entertainment projects that Black Diamond is sponsoring and partnering with Mammoth Sports as the field house is underway, under construction over there near the mall. That will have pickleball and Topgolf style golf. There'll also be a bubble coming up out there by the sports complex. So thanks to Black Diamond for all they do for our community and sponsoring these live streams all season long. And if tonight was any indication, Gage, we're going to have lots of big plays as Marion's offense is pretty high-powered, as we saw.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of things you want to try to shore up after game one, whether it be a little turnovers here and there, but plenty of big plays and things that they were able to string together on both sides of the ball that you really just want to find a way to make consistent going forward.
Moments ago, down on the field, our Aaron Price met with Carterville head coach Brett Dial to get his thoughts on this big 35-34 Week 1 win over the Wildcats. Here's the victorious home head coach after his big Week 1 win over Marion.
All right, we're here with Lions head coach Brett Dial. Man, that was quite an experience, wasn't it, here in Week 1? A lot of competition here on the field. You guys kept the ball on the ground a lot, very well throughout the whole game. You only allowed Marion to, I don't even know how many, to be able, the possessions to be able to get the ball. So talk a little bit about your team's effort tonight and your play style.
Well, we weren't planning on doing what we did in the second half. We kind of had their first half plan, we were going to get, run the ball up the middle, do some reads off the edge, and then, we were walking out of halftime, and we actually kind of talked like, how about we open up in our goal line front and just see what happens. And the next thing you know, we took 7 minutes off the clock to start the drive, took the lead, and then we lived in it. And we just basically took a team that wants to spread it out, and we made them play in a phone booth tonight. And they didn't want to do that. That's not their style of play, and I think our guys up front are pretty physical. We got pretty physical running backs, and we got a quarterback that's got a gigantic heart and not going to give up. So, man, hats off to those guys for playing through some tough. It's been kind of cold, or not cold, but it's been cooler the last 10 days. And tonight, it's 90 today, and that it kind of caught us off guard a little bit with our body prep. So both sides were cramping a lot, but our guys fought through it and did just enough to win.
How does a matchup between two state contending teams in Week 1 help your guys' efforts throughout the whole season?
I think it helped our effort in the summer. We had a lot of purpose this summer, knowing that we were going to open up with Marion. And our guys, this is an important game to our guys. We're just right down the road, but you can tell it's going to be a great rivalry. I mean, it's going to get intense. It's going to get physical, and we want to try to keep it from getting too chippy, but men are kids, and it's a physical, emotional game. It's going to happen a little bit. We just got to control it, and we outlast them. That's all I can really say.
Last question for you: if you could name any MVPs, 1, 2, 3 of them for your team this game tonight, who would it be?
Man, that offensive line is going to be my first one. I mean, we sat in the goal line, set toe to toe, and ran the whole second half. Andy Johnson, the quarterback, ran a lot of quarterback sneaks, and then he's also playing linebacker. Johnny Miller had a great game running the ball for us at running back. I don't know any stats or anything like that. I just know when we needed a big play, we seemed to get it from them. So offensive side of the ball, those guys were outstanding.
Okay, well, thanks, Coach Dial. We'll see you a little bit later in the season here on Game of the Week.
Thank
you.
For being here. Thank you.
Congratulations to Coach Dial on this Week 1 win. We'll have coverage, of course, next week in our Carterville Courier along with our Marion Star newspapers. This is a tough one when you cover both teams. Somebody's going to win, somebody's got to lose, but you can't beat a 1-point game.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to start off the football season in Week 1. Just an up and down from both sides, momentum swinging every which way. But at the end of the day, 1 point was all that it was that decided it.
We're waiting to hear from Marion coach Jason Dunning, so we'll take one more break. We'll be back to hopefully hear from the coach and then wrap it up here in Week 1 live from Carterville.
Welcome to Wit Wisdom, located at 202 North Market in downtown Marion, Illinois. We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5. Stop in and check out our spirit wear, custom tees, embroidery services, and more, all in a historical boutique setting. Check us out anytime online at www.witandwisdomstore.com.
I'm excited to represent Southern Illinois when playing basketball for SIU, and it's important to me to give back to this region. That's important to Banterra Bank also, and it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a customer. They support their communities, and with their mobile app, I can check my accounts, make payments, and more, all on my time. Plus, they offer a Saluki Visa debit card that supports SIU scholarships and athletics.
That was an easy win for me.
Banterra Bank, official partner of Saluki Athletics.
Hi, I'm Joni, director at Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes. When you're faced with loss, it's comforting to know that someone who understands your pain is here to help. That's why I brought Blue and Mitchell Hughes Funeral Homes back under local ownership alongside Binkley-Ross Funeral Home. We've been serving Marion and Williamson County families with compassion and care for years, and we know how important it is to feel supported in your time of need. If you have questions or concerns about your previous arrangements, we're here to support you with understanding and kindness. You can always rely on us for honesty, respect, and care you deserve. Marion is not only my home, Marion is my heart.
Hi, Wildcat fans. I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
We're back here live at Lions Field in Carterville, where the Carterville Lions just knocked off the Marion Wildcats by a final of 35-34. We're waiting to hopefully hear from Coach Jason Dunning, who just talked to our Aaron Price down on the sidelines following this Week 1 game. Gage will be back at Marion next week. We have Week 2. Granite City will be coming to town. And Marion will like playing back at home when there's no cannon and all their fans are on their sideline, and it'll be a much different atmosphere in Marion's favor than it was here tonight.
Oh, yeah, and as heartbreaking as that loss was, it was a good test for them Week 1. They'll look to try to build off that and maybe bounce back with a big win in front of the home crowd.
I know all the teams out there, feeling good right now across the region. Lots of bad games, lots of blowouts across the region, but I think you get more out of it in the long run. If you're a playoff team like Marion wants to be, a battle-tested road game in Week 1, you'll get these Lions at your place next year. This probably does you more in the long run than just beating up on somebody.
Absolutely, and the playoff experience showed, especially on the Lions side, seeing the type of game management they had. They knew that they felt confident that they could get the lead back through the ground game, and it also allowed them to really dictate how the second half was going to go with such a long time of possession on their side.
Looks like we just got the video from down on the sideline from Aaron Price and Jason Dunning. So let's send it back down to the field where Aaron Price talked to Jason Dunning after the heartbreaking 35-34 loss.
All right, we're here with Marion Wildcats head coach Jason Dunning. Man, battle on the field tonight in all aspects of the game. You guys obviously did not get many possessions in that game. Possessions didn't work in your favor. Just talk a little bit about your team efforts in this game and your experience here in week 1.
Well, I mean, we knew whenever this matchup was first kind of penciled in that Carterville was going to be a tougher opponent on the schedule than what we had previously faced. They came out, they're very well coached, they're very disciplined. You know, they played the game plan that if I was playing Marion that I would do. Try to limit the possessions, get into where they are. I mean, the kid walking over there, Smith kid, maybe the biggest lineman that I've ever coached against. The kid can move, he understands things. I thought, you know, they even went as far as not having him huddle up with the group because that saves movement for him because he's a big kid. But Carterville just they took control of the clock. They took control of possessions. They limited the amount of, you know, how much time we had, and we just fell a little short there at the end. But I think there's so many opportunities to learn from this. The kids never gave up. You know, and that'll be my talk tomorrow. I mean, everybody's down. It's pretty melancholy in there, but to be expected. But I think the fact that they did such a good job of what they did, and they capitalized when they needed to, and you know, we just fell a little bit short there at the end. But the Wildcats, you know, we do not quit. We will not give up, and they kept, you know, just when you thought we're down 28-14 going into the fourth, and they battled back, and you know there was, you know, I'm never going to point the blame and point fingers on the referees because you're talking about 100+ snaps in there, but so many crucial calls, you know, just limit things. But they outplayed us tonight. Hats off to the Lions, and Coach Dial and his staff did a tremendous job game planning and executing against us.
And you guys put up quite a fight there at the end. I mean, look at the scoreboard. It's a 1-point game. So how does a big rivalry matchup like this against two teams that are, you know, state qualified teams that could make it, how does that kind of help you later on in the season?
Well, I think you just fall back on it, and you know that good teams are going to make you better. It's why you play this game. It's why this is an exciting game for Southern Illinois to have this. You know, I don't know if we can say rivalry yet because it's the first time we played. I mean, we've never gone against them. I think the archives show one game is over 100 years ago that we played, but you know, maybe it turns into something special. I hope we can renew this contract and keep this thing up. But the Wildcats, you know, they took one on the chin, and hopefully we use this to grow from it and get better, and you know, we capitalize this in the weeks to come, and maybe it resonates a little bit when we're making decisions and executing and game planning and buying into what we're trying to do.
Well, thanks, Coach Dunning. We'll see you next week on Wildcat Game Day. All right, have a good night.
That was Coach Jason Dunning with Aaron Price after this 35-34 Carterville win over Marion in Week 1. And as you heard the coach say, Gage, the Wildcats will not give up. They're not going to make excuses. They're not going to hang their heads. They're going to keep coming back and keep battling. And he said that will be his message to the team tomorrow at practice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if there's one thing for certain, they didn't give up. And that shows character early on. It's something I'm sure Dunning loved to see in his staff because they very easily could have thrown in the towel and let that end up as a blowout. But to come out with that only being a 1-point game and being a completed 2-point conversion away from overtime, I don't think the Wildcats are upset about that.
We'll be live next week from Wildcat Stadium in Marion when Granite City comes to town. Our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show will start at 6:15. Gage and I will be live to talk about this one and then set the stage to talk all about the next one next week live in the comforts of our own press box at Wildcat Stadium. Thanks to everyone tonight who made this broadcast possible. Thanks to Ross Swinford for his work behind the scenes. Thanks to Garrett and Drew Smith for all their camera work and their sideline reporting. Thanks to Aaron Price for all of his continued hard work as our reporter here at the Swinford Media Group. And thanks to my partner this season, Gage Johnson, for joining me on the call. I'm Riley Swinford signing off from Lions Field following a 35-34 Carterville win over Marion. Until next week, live from Wildcat Stadium, good night from Carterville.
Week 1 of the high school football season kicks off as the Marion Wildcats take on the Carterville Lions under the Friday night lights. Watch the full game here on WFCN Game of the Week and the Wildcat Gameday Presentation, brought to you by Swinford Media Group, Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Kenya Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, State Bank of Whittington, City of Herrin, City of Cessna, Sam C. Mitchell and Associates, Herrin Unit 4 Schools, Johnston City Unit 1 Schools, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique. Week 1 of the high school football season kicks off as the Marion Wildcats take on the Carterville Lions.